very much. Thank you very much. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. So we can just start when we're ready. You guys,
Where am I sitting? Anywhere in this?
yeah, so anywhere on there, Mark can come sit next to you as well. So if I give you that microphone, just remember microwave.
Say again,
Call
sorry.
it a microwave. It's not a microphone, it's a microwave.
It's not a microwave. It's going to cook my face.
So if I give you that, remember it's on. So back to that.
Shout something, yeah.
If you say, if I give you that one, you got the thing that I gave you in the bag earlier. Yes. Oh, your pants just on the table. No, yeah. Super.
Put a flowery shirt on purpose and
go
I've
on.
not get your flowery shirt, I was going to say. Yeah, but it's without getting my beer belly out while doing it as well. Thanks, Mark. Cheers. Hold on to that. It's all right.
I've got it. I give you that. So when you're speaking to them, you might have to put your mouth quite close.
Quite close.
There you go. I'm really
Quite close.
I have it. Excellent. Excellent.
Oh, let me just get myself comfortable.
You're gonna. Oh, literally bedded.
Moomin pillow. I love the Moomins. Have you watched the newer version? Nice.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Is that
Stuff
the
can like to
tattoo
wander
thing?
off into the. I am.
I reckon I'd get a Moomin tattoo, but no, that's it's lemongrass from
No, I will.
Should we start?
Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome, if slightly chilly-fingered, start to the day at the Harrogate Spring Flower Show. Happy Sunday, everyone. My name is Sarah Owen Hughes, and I'm head gardener at Rudding Park Hotel, just down the road. And I'm here with my cohort and partner in crime, Faith Douglas, who's a curator at a local arboretum. And we've created the Human Gardener stage to give you a little snapshot into some of the amazing stories behind the people involved in all aspects of horticulture. And yeah, it'll be people you might not have heard of, you might not know anything about the elements of their industry that they're representing, but hopefully it'll give you something that will inspire you, give you something to think about and start your day in a positive way. The first thing we have to do, though, is actually sing. Because it's somebody's birthday today, isn't it, Jack?
oh,
So we've got him onto the stage, we've got him some cake, and I would like you all to start to sing happy birthday. Are you ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
I won't get it out.
Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday to you.
thank you.
Sorry.
So having completely embarrassed him.
Don't
I-
ask how old you are.
Oh, don't be. That's really rude. Just because you sat there,
can.
but you can't ask how old he is. You can't.
How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
Oh,
That's the good question.
Nice
Well,
play.
because we were talking about young horticulturists, weren't we?
everybody's young compared to me
Yeah.
after a week on this bed. We need
Not
to
that
introdu-
young, I'm afraid.
We need to introduce you both properly, though. I've known Mark for many years, who was the former head gardener at Newby Hall, and Jack we've just met today, but we're very excited to find out more about him and what he and Mark are doing. They both work at York Gate Garden, which I believe is the greatest garden in the UK. I absolutely love it there. It's my favourite space, and they are representing Perennial, which is the Gardeners Benevolent Trust, and it supports people in horticulture who need extra support. And I think it's fair to call you our legacy gardeners. So a big warm welcome to our legacy gardeners, Mark and Jack.
So thank you both very much for joining us on stage. It's great to meet you, Jack, because neither of us have met you before. And Mark, I've met you before, obviously, from Newby. But before we first start talking about York Gate, would you mind just telling us a little bit about Perennial and what the charity actually does?
Yes, Perennial is a charity that looks after us. And if I said gardeners, that encapsulates everybody that's in the horticulture industry. So that's florists, arbor, greenkeepers, groundsmen, anybody that's involved with plants, trees, flowers, grasses. And you know, it's one of these incredible charities for us that if we're in any need, financial, health-wise or anything, we can just pick up the phone and there's a confidential support information to help us get through any of these issues. So, you know, it's a very important charity for our industry. And I think, you know, it's kind of reflective of what gardens and all of nature and the countryside is all about. It's very important for our well-being, both physically and mentally. And being able to be part of something that not only supports us, but then by what we do at York Gate and at Jack was at Harewood, I was at Newby for many years, many wonderful gardens. It allows an environment and a place for you to go and enjoy. And certainly it's one of the things over my years as gardening that I found very humbling and very special is that what we do and love on a day-to-day basis as our job. People come to our gardens and it may be just a bit of an issue for that day, it may be a bigger long-term issue, but many of those people come to and visit our garden and go away feeling better than when they arrived. And for us doing what we do, it's very humbling. And now to be not only part of that just within an individual garden, but to be part of an organisational charity that continues to help all the other gardeners and the gardens is very special.
And just quickly as well, they have a stand where they're selling things. The Perennial stand is just down here. And also the plant creche is run by volunteers for Perennial, and it's an opportunity for you to donate as well. Because, you know, we all think we won't ever need help, but sometimes we do. And it's great to know that they're there to support us all. So, Jack, tell us a little bit about your journey into horticulture.
Well, I've kind of been in horticulture all my life, really. I left school and got a job in a garden centre. And then I was a landscape gardener for, well, about 3 years, doing lots of paving and decking and that sort of stuff, which was lovely. And I learned a lot of skills, but it wasn't really what I wanted to do. I suppose after that, I got onto the PGG, Professional Gardeners Guild scheme, and I spent half my time training at Harewood House and half my time at York Gate. And then we had our first son, Ellis, and Ellis wasn't well. He had cystic fibrosis, so I couldn't finish the scheme. And Trevor Nicholson at Harewood offered me a job basically after that. So I stayed there, and I stayed at Harewood for about 9 years. And pretty much after that, I suppose it was Ben Preston, the then head gardener at York Gate, phoned me up out of the blue, offered me an interview to go for the senior gardener at York Gate, and I went and got it, and I've been there ever since, basically. And then Ben left in August, and I took over as head gardener, so not bad.
Well done, you.
Fantastic, well done. It's a beautiful garden, and it's a wonderful job to have there, because you have such a great support team there as well, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. Some would say we're slightly overstaffed for such a tiny garden, but it's very intricate, and there's a lot going on, so I won't brag about that. I know a lot of gardens are very understaffed, but we've got a brilliant team, really good team of gardeners there, so I can't complain.
So tell us a little bit about Yorkgate, because you just said a really tiny garden. Am I right in thinking it's a 1 acre garden?
The old Yorkgate is a 1 acre garden, so the garden that the Spencers created is a 1 acre arts and crafts style garden with 14 separate garden rooms. There's a white garden, a tropical garden, a miniature pinetum, and a kitchen garden, and various other rooms. But now the site is about 3.5 acres, including the meadow and the new property that we've bought next door with the cafe and the plant sales and our brand new interesting sand garden that we've created. So,
Interesting.
3.5 open to the public now.
I think the joy of it is because you've got those garden rooms, every space there's something you can immediately go, I can do that at home.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
can see myself doing that. It's not a huge expanse of rolling landscape where you think I couldn't possibly ever manage a space like this. It's really relatable, isn't it?
I think that's it. You know, both of us coming from larger estates and bigger gardens. Those gardens are just ordinary working gardens. We have all the same issues as everybody else had. But when you've got a big house and a river at the bottom and massive herbaceous borders, it's hard to relate to many visitors, that connectivity. Whereas the beauty of Yorkgate is that everything you see is on a scale that is relatable to most people. And I think that is one of the nice, really connective opportunities that we have. Because, you know, it's very easy to think that we're all almost kind of got magical skill sets with gardening, and we haven't. You know, plants die for us, we kill plants, sometimes we don't know why they've died, we get things wrong as well as everybody else. But people often visit gardens and think because they do look wonderful that it's something that isn't as achievable for you at home. All I would say is that gardening is about success and failure, and you enjoy your successes and you learn from your failures. But it would be a bit boring if everything we did was straightforward and worked, and it doesn't. And I mean, I'm sure many of you have probably appreciated this winter has been surprisingly even more brutal than I think we expected. And we've lost a lot of plants, both in the garden planted, but particularly in pots. Which has caused us quite a lot of problems. I remember going back to 2010 when we had that -18. One of the things I did at Newby was I didn't pull all the dead plants out when we opened in April. I left some in. And it was just fascinating seeing people walk around and saying, oh, it's good to see they've lost some plants as well, because if we took them all out, everyone thinks that everything we did survived, and it didn't, you know, kind of thing. So it is getting that relatable connection, and Yorkgate is very good for that.
So Mark, tell me a little bit about your journey into horticulture as well.
Yeah, my journey was quite late. I was actually I was working at a power station, working shifts, and I was made redundant and called in for a redundancy conversation. And somebody said, "Well, what do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, I love gardening." And they said, "Well, is there any options of that?" I said, "Well, there's a college couple of miles up the road from me," and they said, "Go away, find out, come back." They put me on a 1-year course, and I went to Askham Bryan for 1 year. I then bridged onto the 3-year course, and we had a middle year, and we had to go out and find a garden. And long before I was married, there was one garden I was connected with, which was Newby Hall. And it was the only garden I sort of thought of. So I inquired, went there as a trainee. I'd been there 2 weeks. I knew what I wanted to do. I knocked on the door of the owner, an incredible horticulturist and gardener, Mr. Compton, bit scary, walked into this massive room and said, "I know what I want to do. If there's ever a job here, would you consider me?" That was in the early 90s. I took over as head gardener from my predecessor in 2002. So spent, you know, a lot of wonderful years at Newby, which is a wonderful garden. And then Ben, who was the head gardener at Yorkgate, who I knew mainly through my son, who I was football manager for them when they were young. We had a bit of a conversation. He said, "Would you be interested in coming across here? We want to expand, and one of the things is the nursery we're going to expand." an area I wasn't involved in. I had my own propagator at Newby, so it was a bit of a challenge. Went across there as nursery manager about 3.5 years ago. And then when Ben left to set up a new nursery, or taking over Joe Maiden's old nursery at
Cliffbank.
Newby, there was an opportunity for us to set up for, it's all about the future. It's about Jack and Tom, who was our trainee, is now our senior gardener. But there was an opportunity to give Jack some support. So I've got the role of garden manager, which is looking at the overall site, but it's also very much about supporting Jack in his journey from trainee through to senior gardener and now head gardener, and just for a few years at the back end of my horticulture career to be part of an amazing place and go forward and take the garden into new places.
So you're a really great mentor. What a fantastic person to be learning from, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel slightly guilty sometimes that Mark's got a lot of the behind the scenes, not rubbish.
Challenges.
Challenges, and I've got all the plants. I've got all the nice bits.
You've got the good bit.
Yeah, I know, exactly. So I still sleep, though, so I'm okay about it. But, yeah, I do feel slightly guilty sometimes when he's stuck in the office and I get to go out and work with the plants.
Well, it's really lovely this morning, though. One of the first things you said was, I've seen some of people I've trained who came onto the stage yesterday or the day before. I see you've been speaking to so-and-so. How are they doing? It's a really strong connection that you have with people in the industry in Yorkshire. And it's lovely to see that legacy carrying on. And you have trainees in the garden, and you support people through Perennial as well, and volunteers. So you're both creating that legacy where you're sharing your skills for the next generation.
Yeah.
We have two amazing trainees, don't we? So, where will they be in the future?
On
Jack's
here
done
with
it.
us.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. At the moment, we've got Kate and Amy that are our trainees at the moment, and they're with us for 2 years. We normally stagger the trainees, but it's not worked out because we took Tom on, who was our trainee, and he's now the senior gardener. So we've it's messed things up a bit. So we've got those two for 2 years, which is really good.
Well, what a great place to be learning, and what a great couple of people to be learning under as well. So what would you say to anybody who would like to get into horticulture or perhaps work in gardening in some way, shape or form? What advice would you give them?
I mean, for me, it would be try and get onto a traineeship. They're one of the best things. It's what I did, and I'm obviously biased because that's what I did, and I really enjoyed it, and I stayed on that path and stayed in horticulture. Obviously, college courses, that kind of thing. There's lots to do. There's lots out there, and it's achievable for people. Really, it's a good career to do, and really interesting. You never not learning.
It's the best.
It's something different every day, isn't there?
I think as well with it is, obviously, if you've got that enthusiasm and passion for gardening at any level, even just a smidgen of it, just explore it a little bit more and talk to people, see what you can get involved with. Have a bit of a go at home as well. Just take it a little bit further. It is a wonderful career. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some horrendous days that you can be out working, and there are some grotty jobs that you have, but they are few and far between, and there's a lot of pleasure, a lot of enjoyment. There are exceptions in our industry, but the vast majority of people that are in horticulture, one of the things that I see time and time again is the willingness and pleasure to give rather than receive. And that can be in conversation, in giving you a cutting, advice, a seed, whatever it is. But we get so much pleasure out of giving. And I think it's reflective of the people in the industry and why it's so enjoyable. And also, it's at any age. I came into the industry quite late in my life. So whether you're 15, 16 or 55, 65, there's still opportunities there to make a career. Perhaps one issue that concerns me that I've seen, and particularly in the nursery side, is is younger people coming into the industry. You know, there are certain areas of the sector that are probably more glamorous than others, you know, sort of garden design and everything. But definitely the nursery side is a little bit of a worry sometimes of getting younger people in and seeing a lot of the good nurseries as people are getting older and maybe closing down, they're not, you know, they're not handing over and things. So at all levels, I think it's important to encourage people, whoever you are and whatever, get involved and have a wonderful career. I've enjoyed it, and Jack is only about sort of halfway through your career, kind of thing. It is, yeah. You know, there's a lot of pleasure there, a lot.
Absolutely, and also Perennial have got, just quickly before we go, a number of other gardens that you can visit around the UK, and more gardens, more really significant gardens are being gifted to Perennial. There's been a big announcement this week about East Ruston in Norfolk, which is hugely exciting to support them and to support the industry. Well, I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but I could talk to these two all day. Aren't they fantastic? Please put your hands together. A huge thank you to Mark and Jack from Perennial, from Yorkgate Gardens, our legacy gardeners.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Cheers.
He was in yesterday morning, wasn't he? Yeah.
He's good.
It's one of these guys that he doesn't say a lot to get into. Once you get him going, he's away, isn't he? You know, kind of thing.
Oh, once he's talking about plants, then that's it. Then yeah, he's off.
And he's done some amazing travelling as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So I'd like to get him to come back and have that travelling.
Yeah.
And I said to him, I said, I'm a bit of a stalker of yours on Instagram. I said, because, you know, please have your daughter in the back actually. She, you know, she's the same age as me. She's in the back.
Checking in for Mountain, yeah. I mean, that's a fair old, yeah.
And she was great. She was
Yeah.
here as well, and yeah, it was fantastic to see that. You know, I love knowing about everything that goes into a person and
Yeah.
the job, because there's so much more to everybody that's in the
Yeah.
really interesting.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of depth to Trevor, isn't there? That he doesn't throw out there particularly. But I think, you know, that's why something like this sometimes is nice, because it brings it out of people that don't want to shout about it too much. Yeah.
I said to him yesterday, I said, well, right, I've heard all about Harriet. Next time you come in, can we just hear about him? Because I know he's got to, you know, do his job talk about Harriet. I want to know more about what he's been doing.
About what he's about, yeah.
I just want to introduce you to Adrian, because this is the person that you know, but you didn't know that you know. Adrian's the Executive Secretary of Plant Name Simplifier.
Oh, okay.
You're like,
Hello.
oh, the black book. The black book. So, Jack, with the black book. And
Hi there. Good to meet you.
Hi there. Hi.
Face.
Hi, nice to meet you. I have your black book. It's been my Bible. From the beginning. Lydia, could you just take a picture with Sarah? Can we just get a picture before you? Picture? Where's this bar? Is that all right? Thank you.
Well done. Right, have a good final day. And glad it's all gone well.
Yeah, that's where I'm going now.
Yeah.
Spend the rest of the day here.
Yeah, well, we've got a bit of family here, and then I'm going to pick up all the stuff at the end of the day, so I'll probably hang around and then just I've got time. Oh yeah, no,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very warm welcome to the Human Gardener stage here at the Harrogate Spring Flower Show. Happy Sunday. It's been a very long but very exciting week for us here. My name's Sarah Owen Hughes, and I'm the new head gardener at Rudding Park Hotel, just down the road. And I'm here with my cohort, bed partner now, is Faith Douglas, the curator of a local arboretum. And we just wanted to find out a bit more about some of the most amazing stories from people behind the plants. You know, the stories behind people who work in our industry. It's 15-minute chat, so you're not overcommitting yourselves. Have a coffee, come and have a sit down, have your sandwiches, we don't mind. But you might just learn something interesting, something amazing, something you've never even considered before. Now, this is somebody that if you've ever studied horticulture, you will actually know him, but you don't know that you know him because his name's on the front of The Little Black Book, which every horticulture student in the country should have. He's Adrian Stockdale, and he is I'm going to call you the plant namer, Adrian. Is that okay? Yeah, so a big round of applause for Adrian, our plant namer.
So, Adrian, thank you so much for joining us. I was so excited when Sarah told me that you were coming on because I didn't quite believe it, feeling a bit starstruck because I've got a very old, battered copy. I dread to think how old it is, and I think I was actually handed it down by somebody. And it was really, I changed career and went into horticulture when I was 29. So this, for me, understanding the Latin and really understanding why they were called certain things and the basis behind these names was really, really important to me. And I think I can speak for most people in our line of work. So I was very excited. So before we first talk about this little black book here, what's your background? How did you get to be the plant namer?
My background, I studied horticulture at Writtle College. I then went out into industry for a number of years. My background is I'm from farming stock. In the time when I was going into college, farming was going through the doldrums. And unfortunately, it was the same time that I suddenly found, going to the pub. So sort of you're 18, and so I'd go to the local pub, and the farmers would be in there, and they were all depressed at the time. There were quite a number of them going under, and I thought, is this really the industry that I want to go into? So I thought I needed another option. I needed something outside. I love the outdoors, and so this was the next thing. And I'd always enjoyed gardening. One of my neighbours that I used to go round, and I used to have sheep, and so he was a keen gardener, and then my grandfather was a keen gardener as well. So I think those sort of influences sort of kind of manoeuvred me into sort of horticulture. So I studied horticulture, went out, I ran an orchard for a couple of years, ran a garden design company for a couple of years. I then went out of the industry, so it's interesting with you saying about second career.
Yeah.
And on the first day that I was out, it was in November, I was in an office and it was snowing outside. I thought, I want to be out there, not in here. Mm-hmm. It's bizarre.
It's amazing, isn't it? I did something very similar. I was working in offices in London and thinking, looking for the weeds in the pavement outside the window, just thinking that's where I want to be. There wasn't enough green, Yeah. So what did you do after you escaped from offices? Because I know you've lectured as well.
Yeah, so I went abroad. So I travelled Ireland for a number of for nearly a year. I then went abroad, went to Africa and joined Bradley International. Did 2 tours with them out there, and that was really good because that work I was doing environmental work. And when I'd left my previous job, and this is unbeknown to me, I'd left my previous job and they said that I did a psychometric test, and they said, Adrian, you need to be either doing volunteering, charitable work, or you need to be teaching. And I came back, I met my wife, and she said, what do you think about going into teaching? I said, I'm not going to do what you're doing in secondary schools. But I thought I sort of went into further education. So taught for 10 years.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And what's your involvement? How did you get involved with the Little Black Book, which is called Plant Names Simplified, by the way?
Yeah, so you mentioned the previous copy, the second edition, which my battered, tattered second edition was the tome that I went to. I was flicking through it one day in the office between lectures. I thought, this hasn't been, it's not been revised since 1986. And then I actually looked at it again. I thought, hold on a minute, the second copy is a facsimile. So all they did was they just basically photocopied the second edition, which goes back to 1946. So it hadn't been revised since
Wow,
1946.
I didn't know that.
That's probably the copy I've got.
I've got both copies, and I keep thinking, oh well, that's the original, but they're both the same. Oh my goodness.
So if you look on it says A.T. Johnson.
Yes.
So those of you that are familiar with geranium, Johnson's Blue.
Johnson's Blue. Yes.
Yep.
That's A.T. Johnson, and then there's a couple of other cultivars that bear his name as well.
Mm-hmm.
He was a really influential garden writer back in the 1930s. So the first edition goes back to 1931. That's A.T. Johnson. It was then revised again in 1946 by H.A. Smith. H.A. Smith was the editor of the Garden Encyclopedia, which is Colin Ridge, which then owned the title. And then that was it. Landsman's books, which you'll remember, Sarah.
Yeah. They used to come round with a van with all your horticultural books for the year. The students would queue up and buy their texts for college,
And it was a fantastic resource. Peter still had the copyright to it. And I just contacted the publishing house. I said, if you are thinking of revising this, I would love to be part of the editorial team. So
you made eye contact, didn't you?
So he was wonderful. He was old school, trained in Fleet Street. He invited me down, and that was essentially, we had a meeting over a meal. And he said, I like the cut of your jib, and would you like to revise it? I said, what about the team? He said, no, just you.
You are the team.
You are the team. And then but he said, the only thing is I'm selling the company. He said, but don't worry. He said, I'll put in a good word for you, but you might need to do a proposal. So I did have to go through the full proposal and bids, but essentially put a proposal through for the third edition, and then that's history. That's where it is.
Yeah.
So the plant names,
Yes.
the Latin, that's
Chat
what we're
in
talking
Latin.
about. Yeah,
Chat
that's what
in
we're
Latin.
really
Chat in
talking about. And, the amount of people I come across, Latin scares people,
Yeah, it
especially
does.
in this
Yeah.
industry. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm never going to remember that.
Yeah.
I don't know the Latin name. I know the common name.
Yeah.
Or sometimes I only know the Latin name and there isn't a common name, is there?
Yeah. So you've got a combination there, but what I find interesting is so probably you, Faith, when you first
We've
were
got Scotland the
introduced-
Brave going on in the background. Many apologies, everyone.
When you first introduced the plant at college,
Yeah.
they'd have probably given you the botanical Latin or scientific name.
Yeah.
And when you're first introduced to a plant and that's the name you're given, then sometimes that does stick.
Yeah.
Whereas if we're just using the common name, then those are the names that will potentially stick.
Yeah.
But if we think about the common names, there's so many variables even across the country.
Yeah.
So, or there's, intonation. So if we think of holly, you've got hollyhocks, you've got the hollyoak, home oak, and there's different names. So Quercus ilex, ilex effectively means holly.
Yeah.
That's what it means, evergreen holly tree. With Quercus ilex, with the holm oak in some parts of the country, hollyoak in other parts of the country.
Yeah.
So there's confusion.
Yeah.
So the great man himself, Carl Linnaeus, essentially he brought order out of chaos. So what he did was he essentially gave each individual plant species and animal species, he gave them this two. So it's like a family name, essentially. It's two names that then when you're communicating across borders and not just centric to the UK. We need to discuss these plants throughout the world. It's far easier if we're just using this one name per plant.
We were speaking to someone from Harrogate Council, weren't we, yesterday, who's been involved with twinning towns.
Yeah.
And she said she was speaking to French delegates and Italian delegates over the past couple of years and doesn't speak a word of their languages, but they all speak plants because they all use the same Latin nomenclature.
Yeah.
And it is really hard because we don't learn Latin in schools anymore.
No.
It's not it's not sort of popularised. But in here, you explain why the plants have got the name and where it comes from. And certainly I find it much easier to lodge something in the remnants of my brain and my memory if I understand why. Rather than someone saying that is Galanthus, if you say that is Galanthus because it's a much easier way to access it.
And it's very descriptive, isn't it? I find if it helps you to ID, because a lot of what I do is IDing, especially in the Arboretum.
Yes.
And often, if I've got the name in front of me and I'm looking for a tree in a bunch in the middle of a load of trees, it's always not that easy to find what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
But if I know from the Latin the description, thereabouts what I'm looking for, it helps so much. And I actually think they should be teaching it in schools still.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the specific epithet. So that's where, in terms of the species is specific to that individual. So there's a characteristic. Yeah. That characteristic could be geographical.
Yeah.
So and that's really useful as well in terms of if we're looking at plants for hardiness. If you know where they're from, then it makes it a lot easier in terms of your planting to say, right, well, if that's Canariensis from the Canary Isles, then you think, well, hold on a minute. Climate-wise, it's going to be warm, it's going to be tender, therefore I need to look after that during the winter. Whereas if it's from North America, then we kind of think, well, actually, that's going to be more. So we've got Carolinensis is one of the names used with some of the trees. So that's from the state of Caroline. And we kind of can then assume that it's going to have similar sort of temperate region to ourselves and therefore should succeed in our climate as well. So that's geographical. There's characteristics which are potentially colour, so alba, white. Yeah. So, or there are characteristics that might describe the leaf shape or the flower shape as well. So again, that for you, when you're IDing, you're looking at that particular characteristic. And then some of the characteristics are, it's named in honour of an individual. Yeah. So Clarkia is after the great tour of the west of America, named after the explorer Clark. And so it gives you an idea of, again, not only where the plant's from, but it sort of gives you an idea of timelines as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it is absolutely fascinating, and it is much easier to learn plant names once you've bought into the story. You understand a little bit more about where it's come from. And now that we're fully DNA profiling plants, hopefully the names won't change as frequently as they used to. Yeah. Because it used to be a case that you got the RHS Plant Finder book, and every year you go, what's changed now?
Yeah.
So hopefully they're going to sort of be a bit more consistent.
So version 2, 6,000 entries. Version 3, 8,000 entries in there.
Wow.
Fantastic.
But I've not actually included many more species or genus in there. What I've done is I've just updated it effectively in this copy, in this edition, because of the changes that have taken place.
Absolutely.
You mentioned DNA profiling. Yes. So Hebe is one.
Yes.
And Phil Garnock-Jones, who's was professor of botany in New Zealand. He did DNA profiling on the Hebes, and he actually found that the DNA profile of the Hebes, so you've got Hebes and Parahebes. Parahebes are effectively Stanley and sort of South America, sort of Argentina, around there. And he's basically, from his DNA profiling, they identified that the Hebes have far more in common with Veronicas of Europe via an ancestral link in Russia. Now, unfortunately, that ancestral link has since gone into extinction, but from that work, they've then said that that Hebes effectively should be Veronica.
Wow.
So in here, as a nod to Garnet Jones, it's not gone through all of the stages in terms of being signed off, but I've sort of identified
acknowledgement
Hebe as a
there.
Veronica instead.
Amazing.
Because back in 1931, Hebes were Veronica.
Wow.
So it's kind of gone full circle
So
with
just
DNA
quickly
profiling.
before we finish, that must be an awful lot of work and research to put in
4
when it
years
comes
work,
to
yeah.
updating.
Yeah.
So just
Wow.
really quickly, what's the process of updating a book like that?
The process, my wife, I'm looking at my wife.
What was the process for you?
I commandeered our dining room, as it was then, and I sat there at the table for 4 years, getting up sometimes 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, working through until 10 o'clock at night.
Wow.
And Victoria had friends that would go by and they say, "Oh, I know Adrian's working on his book because his hands in his head like that, and his hair's all a mess and it's all over the place."
Wow.
So it was 4 years of pain, but 4 years of, it's. I'm pleased with the outcome.
And so you should be, because it is hugely important to our industry, and
Yeah.
it is obviously a life's work in effect, because it's all those
Yeah.
years of experience that have gone into it.
Thank you.
It is available today for people who need it in their lives, which you all do. So it's available from Adrian. There is a show offer as well. I would also highly recommend you're on LinkedIn and Instagram and things like that. And through lockdown,
Yeah.
I have to say it was a moment of joy every day when you had a plant name pop up, and it was, instead of everyone going, "Has anyone got any flower?" I was seeing a picture of a
Yeah.
flower, a real flower, and Adrian saying, "Oh, did you know that this was named like that?" And it was just so important for me. So thank you very much for that,
Yeah.
because you did give me a little bit of joy
Thank you.
through that awful time. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we could stay here all day talking to you, but we have more guests to welcome on. Please put your hands together. A huge thank you to Adrian Stockdale, our plant namer.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm-hearted, if slightly cold-fingered welcome to the Harrogate Spring Flower Show. Happy Sunday. I hope you're having a great weekend. My name is Sarah Owen Hughes, and I'm head gardener at Rudding Park Hotel and Spa. And I'm here with my cohort, Faith Douglas, who's a curator at a local arboretum.
Your bed partner.
My bed partner now, I know. I'm going to have to break the
We've
news to
spent
my
4
husband.
days in bed together,
We
Sarah.
literally have. We're getting slightly delirious, but only in the best way, because we're having a great week. We've been talking to people on this Human Gardener stage from all walks of horticultural life, hearing their stories, sharing what they've learned, and just finding out a bit more about what makes humans garden. And I'm so excited to welcome our next guest, who I have followed online for quite a while.
Stalked.
No, I
Come
followed
on.
online. It was perfectly innocent until I invited myself to her house
Exactly.
and had a look around her beautiful garden. So I'm very, very pleased to welcome. Please put your hands together to welcome Francesca Chadwick from Diary of a Yorkshire Gardener.
Thank you. So thank you so much for joining us. Welcome. I'm really, really pleased to meet you. I have stalked you a little bit, but not
You
quite
see?
as much as Sarah has.
So unfair.
Well, you actually sort of, Sarah highlighted your Instagram account to me, and I thought, oh, Yorkshire, yeah, we're all about that, Yorkshire. Didn't realise how local you were.
Yeah.
You're Ripley, you have a garden in Ripley, is that
Yeah.
right? And from your Insta, you do a lot of container gardening,
Yes.
which is really key and relevant, isn't it? Because not everybody has a huge garden.
And also Francesca rents, and I think that's
Yeah.
really important to show people that you can grow in a rented space and be
Yeah.
really productive.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about your garden.
Yeah, so I literally cram as much in as I can, a mixture of flowers, but a lot of vegetables, trees, as much as I can, fruit, and it's mainly in containers, like you say, so I can move it with us when we move house because we rent.
So you said you have trees.
Yeah,
So
fruit
you've
trees,
got trees in containers.
Yeah.
So what kinds of trees do you have then?
literally all like cherries, apples, pears, nectarines, all of it.
All productive then.
Yeah,
So your
well,
garden's a
hopefully.
little working garden then,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And you were saying that you're limited, like a lot of renters, because you're not allowed to take the lawn up, much
Yeah.
as you'd love to.
No.
And you need to be able to produce food for your family.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
so what inspired you to do that? What was the moment when you went, this is what I need to be doing?
Well, initially it was during COVID. So I was working from home during the lockdowns. I was in IT, so I was stuck behind my desk. And I just thought, right, I need to get myself out. But also, obviously, had issues with getting certain vegetables. And so I thought, right, I'm gonna learn. So I just bought a packet of seeds. I think it was cucumbers. And I just made a start.
That's the best way to learn, isn't it?
is.
Just
Yeah.
get some seeds,
It
get a
is.
plant, and just see what happens, isn't it?
And this
Yeah.
last year, you've been more or less self-sufficient in vegetables, haven't you?
Mostly,
Wow.
yeah, in a lot of things. I'm still using up my garlic reserves from last June.
Well
Yes.
done.
Yeah.
I'm rubbish at growing garlic, aren't I?
So if somebody's thinking about growing vegetables for the first time, what are the quick wins? What are the veg that you go, actually, that's great, it's accessible,
Yeah.
and it's great for a beginner to have a go with?
I think for me, tomatoes, 100%, because
Did
one
you
of
hear
my
that, Mark?
Is he there? Is he
Take
listening?
the tomatoes over there. We're interviewing him later.
Yeah, like one of my plants last year, I think it was piccolo, cherry tomatoes. I had over 150 on one plant, and most of them did ripen, and I had 60 of them, 60 plants.
Wow.
So I think tomatoes for sure they're easy to grow,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and you can get a lot of them, and it will save you money, 100%.
You know, the great thing about cherry tomatoes as well is you can grow some varieties in a hanging basket.
Yeah.
So you can cram a hanging basket full of
Yeah.
little tomato
Yeah, yeah.
plants, and you can just pick them off as you're
Yeah.
passing, can't you?
And they taste fresher because they've
Yeah.
not been chilled, and they're full of nutrients because
Yeah.
you've looked after the soil. But the smell of the plant as well as you brush past it, there
Yeah.
is something
Yeah.
about rubbing past a tomato plant that's
Yeah.
really evocative.
Yeah.
If you come from a family that have done any growing at any stage.
Yeah.
What else would you recommend? What else do you think is a good value plant?
Lettuce.
Yeah?
100%, because you think you buy a lettuce from the supermarket,
Yeah.
and well, for me, definitely within a couple of days, it's gone brown.
Yeah.
You know, if you have some in your garden, you can just go and pick however many leaves you want, and within a couple of days, they've normally grown back. So, yeah.
Do you grow the come and cut again varieties?
Yeah.
Where
yeah,
you
mainly.
harvest them and then they'll just come back, and they come back about 3 or 4 times, don't they?
Yeah, and then you'll just harvest the whole lot, and hopefully you've already got some seedlings on the go to put in the place.
Yeah.
That's a good doer, isn't it?
It's
We
a
like
good-
good
definitely a
doers
good
in
doer.
Yorkshire, don't we? Good value plants,
Yeah.
good value
I always
plants.
think radishes are really good to grow. They're
Yeah.
quick, aren't they?
They are.
I pop
yeah.
radishes in my garden. The little seedlings are there already, which always gets me very excited.
I quite like some of the bigger ones like Mooley, because then you can just grate them into stir fries, and
Yeah.
getting veg into children that are sometimes. I'm just checking my son isn't. He's here today, one of my sons, and he's vegetable averse. So every so often he'll go, I like your stir fries. I don't like your soup because I know you put things in that you think I don't like, which is absolutely true. So yeah, we put those into
Do
stir
you know he
fry.
might watch this back?
He won't. He's a teenage boy. He's not going to watch his mum talking on a bed with somebody about vegetables. So the other thing about your Instagram is that you're very honest as well about
Yeah.
when things don't go right, because we all learn from mistakes, don't we?
Yeah.
Yep.
So what have you learnt as well? Because it's only been a couple of years that you've been growing.
I have learned that every year is different.
Yep.
You know, I have one year where I can grow thousands of tomatoes in my back garden, and then the next year they all get blight and I get nothing.
Yes.
And I've learned not to get down about it, and just keep going. Like the next year will probably be fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, just keep going.
And we talk to people who've been gardening for decades and decades, and they all say the same thing.
Yeah.
Gardening is learning and
It is. It's
experimenting.
Constant
And
learning.
it's okay to make mistakes because it's just an opportunity to have another go and try
Yeah.
something different.
Exactly.
And you've got a little one as well who helps you in your
do.
garden.
Yeah, should be 2 next month. And recently I put a video up and she was helping me. I just put some holes in pots, and she got the runner beans and was putting them in. And it was amazing to us because she's not yet 2 and she's still getting to grips with her hands. And yeah, she's perfectly putting them in. And
Focusing in,
My, my daughter likes to help in the garden, and I had runner beans growing,
Yeah.
and they went podded. I collected some of them. Some got left on the plant. They went nicely to seed. There was beans dropping all over the floor, and she was collecting these magic beans up because they're nice big beans, aren't they?
yeah.
And she was popping them in the sandpit, unbeknown to me. And then we covered the sandpit up for winter. Springtime came around the year after, and I lifted the lid off the sandpit, and lo and behold, there was runner bean plants growing, very yellow. They were very pale, no sunlight, but they were actually growing.
Yeah.
I transplanted those runner beans
Wow.
and put them in my garden, and once they had a bit of sunlight, they were beautiful. They produced beautiful beans.
I had a period of a couple of years where one of my sons was going to his primary school and filling his pockets with acorns and conkers and beech masts. And I hadn't realised, he knew that he really shouldn't have full pockets when his clothes were going in the wash, so he was emptying them into all the pots down the side of the house. And in the spring, I was going, there's quite a lot of horse chestnut coming up here and beech trees. And he went, yes, he says, I'm a guerrilla gardener because I'm a cheeky monkey. And we transplanted them all with little head torches, went up to the local park and planted them out.
Guerrilla gardening.
We did proper
Sarah.
guerrilla gardening because he is a cheeky monkey. That's what we did.
That's amazing.
That's what we did. And that's magical, isn't it? And I
Yeah.
think actually sometimes as adults, we forget that there's magic in everyday things
Oh,
like that.
yes.
So for you
Yeah.
sowing seeds,
Yeah.
it becomes a bit workaday some days. I forgot to get my basil seeds out. But actually, it's magic. It is. Seeing a
Yeah.
seed producing something that you can eat 6 weeks later or 12 weeks later. So tell me about, because obviously I've seen your lovely, and it is a lovely garden. It's hugely productive
Thank you.
for a very small space. What's your plans for this year?
So this year it's interesting because I literally just got my allotment.
Yay, well done.
So I'm chuffed. So I'm kind of changing how I used to try and cram my sweet corn and my pumpkins into the smallest veg patch. But now I'm going to grow those at the allotment. So I'm going to grow more of the smaller things. And the way I'm doing it is anything that I need to harvest fairly regularly, like your peas and your beans, they're going to be at home. And the longer term stuff I'm going to put at the allotment. And just like usual, I'm just be cramming everything in. I've got 60 odd tomato plants to find space for, so.
And there's a bit of a rush at the moment because it's suddenly starting to feel like spring's properly happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everything's bursting, isn't it?
It
It's that
is.
juggling act.
It's
I
a
know-
tough month, April.
It is. And I know you've got every windowsills full as well, isn't
Literally.
it?
Yeah. Yeah. My husband hates it.
Yeah, well, when he's eating your soups and your vegetables
Exactly.
and food.
And
yeah,
chutney
surely.
as well, jars of chutney. You've
Yes.
got drawers of chutney, haven't you? Which is
Yeah,
again,
I
fantastic.
have. Tomato sauce for pastas. We've just finished our reserves from last year. Oh, Can't wait.
You really need to speak to Mark over there. Take a tomato. You really, really do need to speak to Mark.
He's giving tomato plants away today because he wants to pioneer people growing tomatoes. So
Go and see Mark.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what's your favourite plant to grow then? Your favourite vegetable?
Oh, so it's between two.
Okay.
So tomatoes, obviously, because you
Yeah.
can just grow, it's not just your usual red. You can go green and black, striped, pink. So I love those, all the different flavours. But physalis, so the Cape gooseberries you get in
Yeah.
the shop.
Yeah.
I love them. So about 4 years ago, I just got some supermarket fruit, took some seeds out of them, planted them, and it's been one of my favourite things to grow since. Because they're expensive to get like
They
a little
are.
bag of them.
They are.
You get so many from them.
And easy to grow as well, aren't they?
They are easy.
I really like growing raspberries, autumn raspberries, because you cut the canes down to the floor. You don't have to tie them in. They have the whole summer to develop, and again, you get really good value
Yeah.
from them. You
Yeah.
get a lot of fruit, which would cost a fortune to buy.
Yeah.
What about you?
I like potatoes.
Oh yeah,
I
actually,
like potatoes because I think they're so easy. You can almost
Yeah.
forget about them.
Yeah.
And when you've dug all your potatoes up, I really love the fact that there's always a few stray potatoes
Doesn't matter
left.
what you do,
isn't
there's
there?
always some rogue.
And then a year later, you do what you're supposed to do and you move your potatoes somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then you put something else there. And then you're like, oh, there's a potato growing. I didn't plant that one.
I remember talking to an elderly gentleman about gardening once, and I said that about potatoes. He went, "Ah, yes, the feral potatoes."
Oh, I love the feral potato.
feral potatoes. So what challenges do you think you're going to come up against this year? Because it was a really hot and dry year last year.
Oh, it was. Yeah, that was difficult. I think I killed a lot, especially growing in pots.
Yeah.
You need to water a lot more. So
Yeah.
last year was a particularly difficult year. Great for tomatoes. There was no
Yes, of
blight
course,
at all.
Yeah.
So this year, I don't know. I mean, we're off to quite a cold start.
Yeah.
I think it's been a weird spring so far. So you never know what you're gonna face with diseases and pests and weather. So I don't know. It's always a bit of like, what's going to happen this year?
Do you think watering's probably your biggest challenge?
Yeah.
If you've got lots of pots, because as you said, they do dry out, especially if it's windy as well.
Yeah.
So how long does it take you to water your plot?
I'd say it could take like an hour a day.
Yeah.
But it's nice now because my little one, she's like walking. So I've started bringing her out with me and she likes to get the hose. So it's not so much of a chore anymore.
Yeah.
That can be productive and non-productive, can't it? Having
Yeah.
a small child help you with the hose. I've experienced that myself.
Yeah.
I always find watering the garden really, really therapeutic.
Yeah.
That's part of the day I enjoy on an evening when it's a
Yeah.
bit cooler, especially in the summer, nice sunny day,
Yeah.
and you're out there with the hose and all the smells are coming off, and it's a really nice time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But again, as I've always said, I like going around deadheading with a glass of gin in my hand because I think that's a sign of a true gardener.
Sarah, you were seen at the gin tent at 9 o'clock this morning.
I was saying hello to the man who might have given me a gin at
I saw
quarter
a
to 8
photo.
yesterday morning. It was a long day yesterday, wasn't it?
I bet.
So tell me, what are you looking forward to in the flower show? Because have you been to the flower show before?
I haven't. I'm
No.
terrible. So for someone that lives around here, I never really go to anything. I'm a
No.
bit of an introvert. So this is really scary.
You're doing
Um,
amazing.
You're brilliant,
Thank you.
you're brilliant.
So it's my first time, and I'm going to the autumn one as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fantastic.
just going around all like the nursery sections is great, and been to the bee one, so that was really good. And
Have you thought about keeping bees yourself?
one day?
Yeah.
We know a bee farmer we can put you in touch with if you want help.
Yeah.
I would love
hand
it
with
one
that.
day. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, and the herb stands as well over there
Yeah.
are incredible
I've
this
not
year.
seen that one yet.
Yeah, there's about 50 different species of mint.
Oh.
And yeah,
You can get like chocolate mint and all sorts.
Yes,
Chocolate
yeah.
peppermint is
chocolate
amazing.
peppermint.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use it for mint tea. It's amazing.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fantastic. Excellent. Well, I mean, I'm so excited you've come on stage because I know you were worried about it because you do all your gardening via social media,
Yeah.
really. So it's strange to do it in person, but
It
I'm
is.
so pleased that you have. And
Thank
will you
you.
come back and talk to us in the autumn
I
and tell us
actually- yeah,
about
definitely.
tell us about your year
Yeah.
and how your growing has gone because I think
Yeah.
people would really like to hear that.
Thank you.
Everyone, please put your hands together and say a huge thank you to Francesca from Diary of a Yorkshire Gardener.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the Harrogate Spring Flower Show. Happy Sunday, everyone. My name's Sarah Owen Hughes, and I'm head gardener at Rudding Park Hotel and Spa, just down the road there. And I'm here with my cohort and, bed buddy now, aren't we?
You nearly called me your cohort.
Cohort. Well, it's getting that way, Faith.
It is, isn't
We're
it?
actually starting to like each other now,
We
aren't we?
are.
After
I feel we're
after
moving
4 very long
closer and
days.
closer.
We are. Mostly for warmth, to be honest, and moral support. Faith is a curator at a local arboretum, and we have created the Human Gardener stage to talk to people from elements and areas within the hort industry that you might not ever have heard about. So it's a 15-minute chat amongst friends, which is why we've created a boudoir to make it a bit more friendly. So pull up a chair, have a little chat, have a little listen. This is all going out onto Instagram and it's all on YouTube Live as well. So anybody can watch it afterwards as well. So if you've missed any of the talks, you can see them again. I'm absolutely intrigued by our next guest. It's one of Faith's stalkees.
So excited.
We have a habit of finding people online and going, we need to know more about you. And so she said to me the other day, she said, you need to take a tomato. And I had no idea what she was talking about. So to find out a bit more, please put your hands together, give a very warm welcome to Mark Hill and Take a Tomato.
Mark, I'm so thrilled you're here. I really am.
Thanks for inviting me.
No problem. So I discovered your Instagram account a little while ago, and I think it must have popped up on those people you might know.
Yep.
And it just said, take a tomato. Me being me.
Yes, please.
I was very curious about that statement. I felt it was quite a hefty statement.
Yep.
And I had a little look a bit closer, and I followed and I was watching from a distance. Some might say stalking.
You say I'm the one that does that.
And I spoke to Sarah and I said, Sarah, you've got to take a look at this guy and his tomatoes, and he's just giving tomatoes away just for the sake of it, which is just amazing, isn't it? So, Mark, thank you. Just tell us a little bit more about Take a Tomato.
Okay. Well, like I said, thanks for inviting me. Take a Tomato is the simplest idea in the entire world. I give away tomatoes. I grow them from seed, and I give away as many as I can. This is the first year I've done it, and I'm hoping to give away 1,000 tomato plants this year. The purpose behind it really is to get people into gardening and to get people into the grow your own agenda, because growing your own food is about as relevant and current as you can be. It fits in with the cost of living crisis. It fits in with mental health. It fits in with the environment. It's just a win-win-win on all levels. So it really is as simple as that. I'm not a charity. I'm not a business. I'm just a bloke.
Just a bloke that grows loads of tomatoes.
Indeed, and gives them away.
But tell us a bit about your background, because you're not a commercial grower. It's not your job, is it?
I am a happy amateur. I'm late to gardening. I've been gardening for 6 years. That's all. And my gardening started when my daughter came home from school one Easter, and she said, I've got some homework. They've told me to do something new. So it's a very open-ended task. And like any dad, I thought, okay, what's the minimum effort we can put in for the maximum gain? And we had some flower pots in the backyard and some soil, and we spent a couple of quid on some seeds, and we literally threw them into a pot, covered it over. We took the obligatory photograph, and the homework was done. And then it was back to the TV, and it was all fine. And then the strangest thing happened, which is it grew. The tomatoes and the lettuce and the things that we put in happened. And I know this sounds ridiculous to an audience of gardening folk. I couldn't believe it. I thought this is the strangest thing. Because with no skill or preparation or anything, I was able to achieve something. So I thought, well, okay, what could I do if I really put my mind to it? And that was the start of my gardening journey, and it's been, my passion since. 6 years now, and if I could give up my real job and do gardening, I certainly would. So
You can.
I can. I've heard some of your other speakers today on that subject.
The great thing is I still get really excited about a seed
Yeah.
and the success.
Yeah.
and it growing, and when it pops up, you look for that tiny little bobble of green, don't you, appearing, and I still get really, really excited about that.
My dad's in his 80s, late 80s, and he always sows every seed in a packet because he hates waste. So every year he sows 200 leeks, and 200 leeks is about 198 leeks more than an 84-year-old needs to have in his life. So bless him, he fills margarine tubs, and he said, I can't not, because it's so magical and it's so compulsive for him. So he sows little margarine tubs full of leek seedlings, and he does that. He turns up on the doorstep and goes, I've brought you leeks, because he can't not. And it is really, really addictive. So what else do you grow? Because I can't believe you just grow tomatoes.
Well, yes, I said to Faith on the phone, I do see other vegetables. So,
oh, well done.
I chose tomatoes because they're my favourite. And personally, I found them easy to grow. And not everybody shares that experience. I think I was talking to one lady this morning. I hope she's not here. She took one of my tomatoes, a little seedling, disappeared off, and 2 hours later she came back and she'd killed it. That takes some skill. But for me personally, I put the seed in the ground, I look after them, you keep them in the warm, you keep them inside. And it's a year-long journey. You can start thinking about it in January, and then you're still eating them in November these days.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, I'll grow anything.
Yeah. I mean, and tomatoes are great because you have a glut, don't you, of tomatoes? Do you know where I get my tomatoes from usually? Rod Bennington.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so he was one of our first guests, and he was one of our nature photographers, and he usually gives me a really interesting varieties of different types of weird and wonderful tomatoes and chilies he grows.
Yeah, I do like getting chili plants. I've never grown a courgette in my life because when you're a gardener, you don't ever have to because everybody else does. Have you noticed that? So if you grow something slightly unusual, like a heritage or an unusual tomato, you can set up a fantastic barter system with all your friends and neighbours.
Yeah, I think we've touched on that in a few of the conversations, that it seems to be very closely related to gardening, the fact of generosity.
Yes. Yeah.
Like giving things away and sharing things and swapping things. And I think that's sort of what drives Take a Tomato. Is on a really simple level, it's just kindness. That's. I don't think there's enough kindness in this world. And,
I agree.
I think that's important.
So anybody who's here today, if they take a tomato, if they take one of your tomatoes for free, there's no obligation, it's just they're there. He's got them all on the table over there.
Hurry along there, there's not many left.
Not many left, yes, because it's Sunday. Everyone likes a freebie on Sundays, don't they? But hopefully people will take a photograph of the tomato and share that and join your community.
I think so. If anything, I think that what I'd like to do is, if anyone does take them, think about passing it on to somebody else. And the idea behind this is we want to get people gardening who don't normally participate or can't participate.
Yeah.
So obviously children. So if you've got a child or a grandchild or a niece, that children love this sort of thing. The first customer you put my way this morning, I don't know how old he was.
I think he was about 10, maybe.
Was he?
I think so.
I've never seen anybody look so happy in my life.
Yeah.
Just because he got a little tomato that he was going to take home and look after.
He said to me, you're going to have to stop doing that because I don't think I'll make it past lunchtime.
I was a wreck.
It's so emotional.
I thought I was going to burst into tears. But children, people in care homes, we've put a lot of, we've connected with a lot of care homes and given those away because they don't always have access to gardens. Faith groups, GP surgeries have been passing them on as sort of well-being type initiatives.
And one of the
really
other
works.
stages, the kitchen garden stage, when we said what we were doing with you today, have given us some peat-free compost for free from a local peat-free compost producer. So again, it's that generosity hopefully grows and grows and grows, doesn't it?
Definitely.
So have you got any plans to give any more plants away? Like other things that aren't tomatoes, perhaps? Sprouts? Everybody loves sprouts.
Well,
do they not?
Green bullets of death.
We know where there's some leaks.
We know where there's plenty of
Plenty
leeks.
of leaks over there. I chose tomatoes because I wanted to focus on one thing.
Yeah.
Because it's just an easier message to sell. But there's no reason. If anything, what comes from it would be the idea that we can all share.
Yeah.
and all give
Yeah.
away, I don't know, 10% of what we produce.
Yeah.
Or pass it on to people that don't normally garden. That's the sentiment behind the whole thing.
Yeah.
So you have a website as well, don't you? So you encourage people to take a tomato, and how can they? What do they do once they've taken their tomato?
They can go on the website, takeatomato.com, and on there are tips about what to do with them, how to grow them, and how to share them. And you can put your photos on there, and like you say, build up and contribute to a bit of a community.
And don't do what I did with my tomatoes that Rod gave me one year. I don't think I've told Rod actually what happened to those tomatoes.
This is going live.
I told you on the phone, didn't I? So I have a rather large tortoise that lives in my house called Odin. He's glorious. And I didn't realise he quite likes tomato plants. And I took my tomatoes, and they were still indoors. They were quite small. And I put them into the bedroom where it's a nice sunny area. It gets a lot of sun on that side of the house, and put them all on the floor in big pots. Didn't think anything about this. Tortoise is free range. He's very large. Went off to work. Came back from work, and my tomato plants were about that big. Every single one of them. And he was sat there with a big smile on his face, looking very happy with himself. Every single one of them.
Amazing, amazing. Actually, there's been a call out at our local allotment because, again, allotmenteers are typically very generous. Once we've had a grumble about the state of the plots next to ours, obviously. But we're very generous. We always share cuttings and we share seedlings. But there was a call from our local food bank that said, if you have a glut of anything, will you please consider dropping it off to us because we can use it.
Yeah.
And that would be really lovely, actually, if we could start to do that.
We do.
Giving small herb plants or tomato plants to the food bank, so people who are getting food and getting extra assistance could potentially start to grow their own as well.
We've actually done that in the Long Eaton Food Bank, which is near where I live.
Yeah.
We've donated. So I also do some volunteering with the school, and we have a gardening club at the school, and everything they produce in the school garden goes to the food bank. Now, most food banks will talk about that they only use processed or tinned food, which is true because that lasts. But they are very open to having fresh produce plus plants as a sort of extra for their clients to sort of, help yourself to a bag of tomatoes or to an individual plant. So that really does work.
Incredible.
So Take a Tomato came at a really current time, didn't it? Because not long after you set up, there was a real shortage in supermarkets of tomatoes, wasn't there?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, that was nothing to do with me. That was just that was just a coincidence.
You were buying up all the tomatoes.
Oh, well, yeah.
So I just find you completely inspiring because you're just doing this out of the goodness of your heart because you want other people to share the joy of growing, which I think is phenomenal. Ladies and gentlemen, if you need any more information, please go to takeatomato.com. But in the meantime, please put your hands together. A huge thank you to Mark from Take a Tomato, our tomato grower.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Human Gardener stage. I'm sorry, did I shock you then? Mid-conversation, there's a bit of a jump. Anything to keep warm, to be honest, because it's a lovely day outside, but my word, we are feeling it in here. So do feel free to huddle up, make a new friend. We're all friends now. It's been a very long 4 days, hasn't it, Faith? I'm Sarah Owen Hughes. I'm the head gardener at Rudding Park Hotel. This happened yesterday. I forgot who I was. At Rudding Park Hotel and Spa, just down the road. And Faith Douglas is a curator at a local arboretum. And we're interviewing and having conversations with people from across the breadth of our amazing industry, just to give you a little snapshot, 15 minutes to find out something about something you didn't know about, hopefully to educate and enliven your day. Really, really excited to have our next guest on the stage with us. Because, apart from the fact we've mistyped it on the programme, we want to know a little bit more about bumblebees and their conservation, not conversation. So ready to have a conversation, please put your hands together, give a warm welcome to Andy Benson from the Bumblebee Conservation Trust.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us. And I actually think bumblebees might have conversations.
Well, they have a waggle dance, don't they?
Yeah.
Honeybees do.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So you see, this is why you need to be here, to educate us. So tell me, what's the difference between a honeybee and a bumblebee? Because I bet some people won't know.
Probably the main difference between honeybees and all other bees that we find here in the UK is that honeybees, all of the honeybees in the UK are looked after by people, beekeepers. They're essentially livestock. If you do see any in the wild not living in a hive with beekeepers, they've escaped from a beekeeper hive.
Wow.
All of the other 274 species of bee that we have here in the UK are wild, and they rely on us and the environment around them to look after them rather than beekeepers.
That's fascinating. I never knew that.
No, nor did I.
We actually have a wild honeybee hive in a tree
Colony.
in the arboretum that I work in. And I've been telling everybody when they visit in groups that these are wild bees. But they're just escapees, aren't they?
They've become wild.
Yeah.
Because they're now no longer looked after by beekeepers.
And if you keep pointing at them, they'll become furious as well.
Cross wild bees.
So I know that the bumblebees are the larger fuzzy bumblers, aren't they? That's what my kids used to call them.
That's right.
And they're the ones that we see soonest in the spring. And is there a reason for that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a blessing really to work for a Bumblebee Conservation Trust rather than like a wasp conservation trust. It's a much easier sell, the big fluffy cute bumblebees. The reason that they're so big and so furry is that they originally evolved in the Himalayan region around 40 million years ago, as the landscape there started to rise up as two tectonic plates crashed together, raising up the land, creating the Himalayan mountain range. So the temperatures there started to decrease. So the bees that lived in that area had to adapt to survive. They became larger, furrier. That allowed them to conserve more heat. So as they spread out from Asia across Europe and into North America, these temperate climates became the place that they thrived. And then they've got some other really amazing adaptations as well that allow them to survive in these cold environments. And they're one of the only insects in the UK that can regulate their own temperatures. So even on a cold morning, a bumblebee can get itself up to around 30 degrees by just vibrating the muscles it normally uses to flap its wings. That brings its temperature up so it can get flying in the rain, in the cold mornings. And it's why they're the first insects, other than the fact that normally the first bumblebees you see are the queens, which are 3 times bigger than the workers. So they're the whoppers that you see. And the buff-tailed bumblebee, the largest bumblebee in the UK, is normally the first one we see as well. So after not seeing a bumblebee for 3 or 4 months, the first ones you see are the whoppers. So you really do notice them.
Am I right in thinking bumblebees come out of hibernation at 10 degrees or thereabouts?
It really depends on the species.
Right.
So yeah, bumblebees hibernate. That's the reason so honeybees make honey because they survive, the queens survive, and a large number of the colonies survive over the winter when there are no flowers. And bees can only get their food from flowers. So the honeybees collect nectar from flowers, they store it as honey, and that allows them to feed over the winter. All of the other wild bees, they have an annual life cycle, and with bumblebees being a social bumblebee, the whole point in their colony is to produce new queens. When those new queens emerge, they hibernate over the winter because there is no food, and then they emerge when the conditions are right for their species. So we have early emerging species like buff-tailed bumblebees and early bumblebees, and they're up and around early on. But some other species that are more specialised maybe come out later on in the year.
Because I know with the snowdrop, for example, that opens at about 10 degrees, doesn't it? And it's one of the very first sources of nectar for certain bumblebees, which is just fascinating that they will open at just the right temperature.
They've co-evolved,
for certain animals, little beasties, to come out and feed.
And you can look at that from both perspectives. From the bumblebee's perspective, it's really important to have those early flowering plants, those bulbs, those crocuses, those bluebells, those snowdrops that come up early on. But also for the flowers themselves, without the bumblebees, those early emerging insects, they wouldn't be able to reproduce, and then they wouldn't be able to survive either.
So how on earth did you find yourself working in bumblebee conservation? It's an amazing path. I bet your careers officer didn't suggest it to you.
Well, this is one of the big challenges that we have, inspiring young people now to just let them know that there are jobs like mine, because you'd never imagine doing this sort of thing would be a job. I had a very roundabout path. I studied engineering at university, and I was a professional volleyball player for several years. And when I finished doing that, I kind of soul-searched and wanted to do something I was passionate about. So I did a master's in environmental management. I became a geography teacher. And then a job came up educating people about bumblebees, and I couldn't say no to that.
No, and it must be a real gift of a job because, like you say, you get to do things like this and enthuse about bumblebees and the variety and diversity we have in the UK.
Yeah, I realise every day how lucky I am to do this job, to be able to work in an area that I'm really passionate about. I have young children, and probably, my son's 5, and probably for another 5 years I'm going to have the coolest job in the world. And then I imagine when he becomes a teenager, it will be less cool for a little while.
Yes. My children are now mortified because I'm a mad plant lady. But when they were younger, one of them said, my mummy helps save the planet by making sure we have enough food to eat. Yeah. That's a great job description.
It's a great accolade.
Yeah.
So what kind of threats are bumblebees facing? Because we hear all the time, save the bees, we're losing our bees. What kinds of things are bumblebees at risk from?
Well, our wild bees are really the biggest threat that's been facing them over the last century is changes to the way that we manage our land as a nation. So particularly around food production, our farms have become bigger, more efficient, often growing one type of crop rather than lots of crops. We use fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, all those sorts of things. But that also extends into our own gardens. Gardens have changed. Gardens take a huge amount of land in the UK. The way people use their gardens and interact with their gardens has changed, and also people using fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides in our own gardens. There's an argument for using certain things from a pragmatic sense in agriculture to provide food. But in our own gardens, there's much less of an argument for using pesticides and herbicides because then it's purely for our own selfish
reasons.
What does it look like sort of needs.
Yeah, it's been quite controversial because the RHS have reclassified slugs and snails as they are no longer seen as pests because they're actually hugely important to the biosphere of a garden, and they're seen as detritivores, so they eat the waste that's fallen from plants and bring it into the ground. And if you've got a garden that's in balance, you don't need to control slugs or snails, although it's very upsetting when they eat all your beans.
It's super upsetting, but I don't know. It's part of the challenge. It's part of the adventure of gardening for me. Mm-hmm. And we always speak to people if you're making a transition from using things like pesticides and herbicides into a more organic approach, that it takes time to create that balance. If you've been killing off all of the aphids, for example, the birds and the lacewing larvae and the ladybird larvae won't be in your garden because there was no food for them. So you need to have the food for the prey first. So it might take a few years where you have to go out and pick some aphids or use your hose or whatever else, or lose some plants for a couple of years. But eventually that balance will come. And then it's just a different way to manage your garden, a different relationship with your garden. Yeah. And that's something that's, I think, one of the most rewarding aspects of gardening and nature is to look at your garden as a nature reserve and go out into your garden and spend time not just looking at the plants, but looking at the way that wildlife is interacting with them. Because I think building that relationship with the nature in your garden is the best way to connect with it and then to look after it.
So what kind of things can we do to encourage bumblebees into our garden? What kind of flowers could we grow?
So in terms of flowers, the best thing we can do for bumblebees, there are 24 different species of bumblebee. And the really cool thing about bumblebees is they come out at different times of year. They're out from February all the way to October, and increasingly with climate change, we have colonies that are surviving over the winter as well. They're producing another brood. So we need to support them by having flowers in our garden, food for bumblebees, all the way through the year. Those early spring bulbs all the way up to the late flowering ivies and heathers and things like that that we can have over the winter time. And bumblebees all have different lengths of tongues, which means that they feed on different shapes of flowers. So a garden bumblebee, for example, has the longest tongue of our UK bumblebees, the same length as its whole body, and it loves to feed on things like foxgloves and clovers, whereas a white-tailed bumblebee, for example, with a much shorter tongue prefers an open flower, like in the daisy family, which is much more accessible.
And bumblebees go to sleep, don't they, as well? They take naps in flowers, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, first of all, the new queens that emerge, when they haven't found a nest yet, they like to nest in tussocky grass, in an abandoned mouse or vole nest. Some bumblebees like to nest in used bird boxes. But while they have not found a nest yet, they'll sleep inside a crocus, for example, because it closes up in the evening when it cools down. The petals close over, and then also at the end of a bumblebee nest cycle, they produce males, and males only have one job. We don't need to go into the details of that one job, but while they're waiting to do their one job, they're just hanging around. They get kicked out of the nest, so they just hang around drinking nectar. Waiting on flowers for a prospective queen to fly by. So they don't actually have homes as such. So you'll often kind of towards the end of the season see the males being all bedraggled and drunk on nectar, kind of hiding
really
underneath flowers.
Envious men in the audience nodding, going, "Yep, that sounds like the dream life."
I'm thinking I know a few men.
It's not a bad 4 weeks. You know?
So the basic message is Andy, is to observe your garden, not to be too tidy, provide great habitat for the bumblebees. And ladies and gentlemen, he's just told you need to go and buy more flowers to help preserve the bumblebees. That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. I've learned so much that I didn't know. I feel quite ignorant now. But hopefully it will direct more people towards the work that you do, and obviously direct all of you back to buying more flowers to help save the bumblebees. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge thank you to Andy Benson from the Bumblebee Conservation Trust. I'm going to get it right.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the Harrogate Spring Flower Show and the Human Gardener stage. My name is Sarah Owen Hughes, and I'm head gardener at Rudding Park Hotel and Spa, just down the road there. And I'm here with my my cohort and bed partner, whether she likes it or not, Faith Douglas, who's a curator at a local arboretum. We spent 4 days on this bed, and you'd think it was the easiest job in the world, but I don't think our backs are ever going to forgive us, are they?
Well, we still haven't decided who's big spoon and who's little spoon, have we?
Well, I know that I'm on your side of the bed because you keep telling me off for it. You can just see we're sliding gently into madness. But we've just had the best week because we've been interviewing people from across the whole breadth and depth of the horticulture industry. Little 15-minute snapshots while you're having your coffee, while you're resting your feet, while you're planning what you're going to buy next. It's a really good opportunity to hear some of those unique stories and be really proud of what we're achieving in Yorkshire, because we've got some amazing people up here. And this is one of them who I have, I'm very, very delighted to talk to. I'm sure I've actually met him at show builds before. So John is a young landscaper, so hard landscaper. His company is Outdoor Living Gardens, and he's also a member of the Young Professional Horticulturists Association. So he's here to encourage the next generation of gardeners, growers and horticulturists. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Give a very warm welcome to John Tallis, our young landscaper.
So welcome to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us. You are a landscape architect, is that right?
Yep.
And Sarah hasn't taught you?
No, I think he's possibly the only horticulturist in Yorkshire that I haven't taught in the past 15 years.
That gobsmacks
The amount
me.
of people who've come up going, yeah, she was my teacher. And I'm sorry I didn't teach you. But you were over the other side, weren't you? You're in Skipton, is that right?
So, well, I live in Skipton now. I actually went to Bishop Burton. That's where I trained in horticulture.
There you go. It was the other
yeah.
side. I was at Askham Bryan. Yeah. But that's fantastic. So you learnt at Bishop. What made you want to go to college and learn landscaping?
So I think I were about 16. My granddad's best friend, he owned his own garden design business and build. And just for a bit of extra pocket money, I sort of got a weekend working there. And I just really enjoyed it, really enjoyed working outdoors. I wasn't a big fan of school and all the paperwork side of stuff. So after my A-levels, I decided to go back to college, where I went to Bishop Burton. And I was there 2 years. So that's over in Hull, and I basically for 2 years travelled between Halifax and Hull, where I sort of did 2 days working and then 3 days at college.
So it's a huge amount of dedication, isn't it, to get qualified, because there aren't that many places that teach hard landscaping anymore.
No, they're in. I mean, I originally looked at Halifax College, Caldale College, and there wasn't really many courses there, and it was just like a level 1. So Bishop Burton was the best one for me, but it were with the hours I were working, I sort of finished at 5 o'clock, and then I had to get a train over, and then there were no buses when I got to Hull, so then I had to get a cycle on my bike for 2 hours. I didn't get there till 11 o'clock, and then the college bus came and picked me up at 6:30 in the morning, so did that for 2 years.
Wow, that's real devotion and dedication. And but it did give you some amazing opportunities, because you were involved with things like the World Skills, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. I did quite a lot of landscaping and learnt quite a lot where I was working. And then, I got the opportunity to do the World Skills at Bishop Burton.
And what's that for people who've not heard of World Skills before?
So if I can remember right, don't hold me to this, but World Skills is, I think it's anyone from 16 to 25.
Yeah.
And you compete and you form a team. So the idea is you've got to compete against people in the UK, and it whittles it down into a team of 6. And then you build show gardens basically against other countries in the world. So I was competing, and we did a show garden at Tatton.
Yeah.
We did one in Harrogate, and then I got down to the top 6, but then I couldn't. We were meant to go to Germany that year, and I couldn't go to Germany because that's when I started landscape architecture at Leeds Uni.
Right.
So it sort of fell in with my start date, so I had to sort of miss out on that.
But it's an amazing opportunity, because even doing the training and the practicing for the competition it's really high-end stuff, isn't it? It's hugely competitive.
Oh yeah, I mean, where I used to work, they were a great company, but they were, they wasn't the most skilled. I mean, I sweared by 5-spotting at that time, so I remember going into the World Skills, and we had to start laying some paving, and I just started 5-spotting it, and they were like, "What are you doing?" So.
And for the people in the audience, 5-spot it. Oh yeah. Oh, there's some nods. So
If you don't know what five,
I think some of you have met Rogue Traders before, haven't you?
Yeah.
There, yeah. It's
Yeah.
when you put 5 dots of mortar onto your paving slab and slam it down and hope for the best. Yeah.
I promise we don't do that anymore.
There's too many windows of opportunity for frost and damp to get in, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh dear. And you now, from there, you've got your landscape architecture degree. You now run your own business,
Yeah.
based in Skipton. Just to clarify for people, hard landscaping. What is it?
So hard landscaping, that's anything from driveways, decking, paving, stone walls, anything that's basically not turf or planting in a garden. So normally you tend to find people who either really love the hard landscaping side of things and are not really that bothered about the planting, or you get people who are really interested in the planting side of stuff but not too interested in the hard landscaping.
So it's the real backbone or structure
Yeah.
of an outdoor living space, whether it be your garden or an outside room or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then merged with the plant life, I think it's a great combination, isn't it?
Yeah, but you need that structure before you can
Yeah.
enjoy the plant life
Yeah.
in there. That's absolutely for sure. So if somebody was looking for a landscaper and they don't live in this area, so they couldn't ask you because you'd be the first port of call, obviously, what do they need to be asking? What do they need to be looking for?
So one thing I always do is when we look at speaking to customers, I'll always try and get them to go look at other jobs we've done. And I think that's quite important to sort of showcase your work. It's quite easy to get images and say you can do the job, and there are still a few rogue people out there, so you've got to be a bit careful in that respect. But yeah, testimonials, look at people's work. We always try to make a good relationship with who we're working with, because it can be quite a long process, especially when you're designing and then you're building. It sometimes could be 6 months. So I think trying to get a good relationship with that person is quite key and important. And then, yeah, just looking at the work and making sure they do the job right.
I think the outdoor parts of our lives, particularly our gardens, if we're lucky enough to have gardens, has become so much more important to us because of the lockdowns. Have you found some really interesting projects recently, or perhaps during the lockdowns or since lockdown, that you've worked on?
Yeah, I think since lockdowns, I mean, garden rooms became absolutely massive at the time.
Yeah.
And I think because everyone was cramped in a house, the garden obviously became like a secondary room.
Yeah.
And it might have just been people trying to escape from other family members, or I don't know what. But yeah, we definitely saw a rise in, inquiries, people wanting to be out in the garden more. A lot more garden structures, pergolas, stuff like that was in the garden. But yeah, I think obviously COVID's been quite not a great thing, but I think the industry's sort of capitalised on it a little bit because it has grown quite a bit since.
Definitely. And you can just see how important it is. If you've got a restricted space, if you've got a small garden, you need it to really work hard now, don't you, to give you everything that you need, particularly if we ever get to a situation where we're constrained again.
Yeah.
So I've only recently heard about the YPHA, which I'm a bit embarrassed about because in my head I'm still quite young, even though my body's definitely telling me I'm not today. But I understand the Young Professional Horticulturists Association's been running for a couple of years now, hasn't it? What can you say about that?
So I only recently heard about the YPHA as well. It's not something I've known about. I don't know if anyone knows a charity called Perennial, but I'm part of that. We're a member there, and they help anyone in the horticultural industry, and that could be like financial help, mental health, physical help. And they had a Pie and Pea event that I went down to, and that's where I sort of found out about the YPHA. And that's a group of young people, and it can be anything in the industry. It doesn't have to be physically with plants. It could be people who are working sales teams for nurseries. It could be people who do marketing, landscapers, horticulturists, designers. And it's just a really good collaborative group. Everyone seems to bounce off each other, share ideas. People will just be putting up plants and asking if anyone can identify it, or that kind of help. they put on a load of great events. We did one down in Kent probably about 6 weeks ago, and they got Adam Frost there talking, and so we were looking around the nursery. They do some really good events, and they just have job boards as well, which is good. So everyone's advertising at different, jobs, apprentices trying to get it through, and they're just trying to educate people more about horticulture because it's not something that's well known in colleges. And I didn't know what horticulture was.
No, yeah. I actually years ago had a student on a first day of a course, and he was looking a bit confused in the glass house, and he put his hand up, and I said, "Yeah, do you have any questions?" He went, "Yeah, when do I get to see the horses?" So he actually thought it was horticulture. I'd like to say I'm joking, but I'm really not. But yeah, it's definitely something that's not always covered in careers. I think it's because horticulture is so broad that people don't quite know how to categorise it. And I did a podcast recently with the Association of Professional Careers Advisors, and they were there going, "Thank goodness you've come to talk to us, because we just think of it as a white van and mowing lawns, and there's so much more to it. Yeah. It's so much more technical, it's so much more skilled, there's so much more potential and breadth within the industry."
And it's a vital part of human existence, isn't it? It's where our food comes from. It's it's everything, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is why it's so great that you're here to represent that sort of the younger side of horticulture, because we need young horts to mentor the even younger horts as they're coming through. And I know you've said you've only got a few more years with the young hort, with YPHA, before you get pensioned off. I'd love to get pensioned off, wouldn't you? But in that meantime, you can have a massive impact because you've had a decent spread of years of experience already that you can share with them and bring them on.
Yeah, so with the YPHA, it's trying to sort of... I think the industry itself has got a bit of a stigma still about it. I think it's a lot better than it used to be. And I remember where I went to school, they actually had like an allotment area, but it was only really accessible to people with either special needs or it were for people who struggled at school. And it felt like it was just a way of sort of, putting everyone in one place. Yeah. And actually, it's a really good industry to be in. I went to uni, I did 3 years at landscape architecture. Then someone said, "Oh, so why did you need to go to uni for 3 years to learn how to cut grass?" So
wow, rude.
It definitely still has that about it. But I think this is one of the reasons for wanting to join the YPHA. It is an amazing industry. I think we're so lucky to be able to work outdoors with plants.
It's healthier, isn't it?
Pardon?
Healthier.
Yeah, it is. I mean, my partner Annie over there,
Hi, Annie.
she's an accountant, so I'm quite lucky in the fact that she loves the paperwork side of things because
that's good balance.
I can't stand the paperwork side of stuff.
I think behind every great landscaper there's an even greater administrator, because it's the amount of times I've met landscapers who've gone, the paperwork, the invoicing isn't for me. Yeah. And that's fine, because there's always somebody else who can do that for you as well.
Yeah. We all have strengths and weaknesses, don't we?
Well, we do. I mean, next to Annie, my partner Sarah as well. She sort of does all the business admin and a bit of my PA as well, because I'm so bad at remembering where I need to be or forgetting. I just enjoy being out on site, building and planting. And
it's teamwork, isn't it? It's a really good example of how and why collaboration in all walks of life is really important.
You never have to be alone. Yeah. And again, quite often, I don't know about everybody here, but you garden on your own at home, don't you? Yeah. So it's really nice coming to something like this and meeting other gardeners, other people who love what you love, joining your local horticultural society, joining your local club, whether it's a professional or a semi-professional one, to share those experiences. How do you chase up an invoice? What do you do with a bad payer? What do you do when something isn't as good as it could be? Can someone come and help? And it's so important, particularly in those early career stages for you and for everybody else coming into our industry. John, this is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. I know you've come over from Skipton with your entourage today. Yeah. Sarah, your new job title's Queen of the Universe, because I think you've got a job and a half going on here, keeping this one under control. But it's super to have some representation from the Young Professional Horticulturists Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank you to John Tallis from Outdoor Living Gardens. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Human Gardener stage at the Harrogate Spring Flower Show. It's Sunday afternoon. Our bed has just started squeaking, possibly more than we are, because we've had a very long but super exciting 4 days, interviewing people from all sorts of elements of horticulture, the most amazing stories, the most interesting people, stories that you probably haven't heard of anywhere else. So pull up a pew, hutch up because it's a bit chilly, and get ready to do some virtual squishing, because our next guest is a super wonderful friend of mine who has taught me how to not get too angry with one hook, and I'm aiming to get, I got quite angry with a pointy stick. But we have a combined love, and we've both gone through various different pathways in our careers, and I just think it's really interesting to hear more about her. So please put your hands together and give a huge warm welcome to Fiona Burks from Yarn Etc. Oh, Woolly Gardener.
Hello, hello. Hi. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming to talk to us. You have a yarn shop, is that right?
I do, yeah.
But you've not always had a yarn shop.
No,
So just tell us a little bit about your background.
Yeah, so originally started off in secretarial when I left school at 16. Stayed there quite a long time, had my daughter. Left when she was about 13 or 14 and actually went to go work for my parents who owned a local plant nursery at the time in Harrogate.
A Harrogate-based plant
Harrogate
nursery, and
plant nursery.
they're in the audience, aren't they now?
They
Let's give them a
are.
little wave. Hello.
They are. Are you going to wave now?
Yeah,
There
look
you
at them
go.
both, yeah.
Come on, Dad.
So they ran a plant nursery, and what sort of things did they grow?
Basically all perennials, all plants. We did grow in some of our own, but we were a commercial nursery, so we actually went over to Holland quite a lot and bought our plants over there, so we were able to get the pick of the crop
In
over
the
there.
days when it was easier to buy
Yeah,
and import
yes,
from the
when you
Netherlands,
could
yeah.
import easily,
yeah.
absolutely. Still having those problems now.
Yes, absolutely, very much so. We've heard a lot of that this week, haven't we,
We
from
have,
some
yeah,
of the
we
growers
have.
in the main hall, and you did a garden design qualification.
I did. So I actually, whilst I was at the nursery, went and did my RHS Level 2 certificate in horticulture at Harlow Carr. So I was under Richard Easton.
Richard Easton is a great friend of mine.
Through Craven College.
Yep.
And then I went and followed on and did my BTEC in garden design. Right. And I continued doing garden design and working at the nursery at the same time. And then continued after the nursery went, doing garden design for a little while afterwards.
Yeah. And so what happened? What was the sort of the moment for you when you went, I absolutely love plants, it's a great industry, but I'd rather be sat indoors squishing lovely wool instead?
Well, in all honesty, wool doesn't die when I shut the door on a Saturday night and don't come back till a Tuesday.
That's so honest,
So
isn't
it's
it? I
one of
love
those
that,
things
yeah.
that it's actually, it's one I can go, bye, see you next week. I was doing garden design and I was working from home, which was absolutely lovely. It's a really nice, creative business to be in, but it's actually quite insular, and I'm pretty outgoing, really, and I was missing being with people. I'd been taught to crochet by a couple of the girls at the nursery a good few years earlier, so I got myself quite a nice little stash going, and the people in the local wool shop in town, they needed someone, so I went and worked there for a few months, and I think that's really sort of what pushed me on, really,
to because I started as a garden designer. I did a garden design qualification, then the RHS, and then went into education. And I absolutely love garden design, but it's a very intense relationship with you and your customer.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And the thing that I found with a young family was that they wanted me at weekends and evenings, and that's the time when the family needed me as well. So I couldn't always fit that in. But one of the great things about horticulture is that you can always move. It's quite a big, wide industry, and you can skip backwards and forwards.
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen a customer from the wool shop here today. She was looking for some aloe vera plants and couldn't find any. I went, oh, don't worry, I've got a load at home. Come into the shop next week and I'll have it potted up for you.
It's such a community, isn't it?
Everybody,
because I know
Sean over there.
I know I popped a picture on our Instagram of Lydia. who is a Hort student at the moment, and she helps us loads.
She's one of my
and does it.
hookers.
And you said, she's one of my customers. She comes into my shop.
Do you
And
know,
I was
it's
like, wow.
uncanny, the amount of people I've met in your shop, because I think there must be some really strong synergies between
Yeah.
gardeners who are nurturing and caring and
Yeah.
sharing,
Yeah.
and your shop. And your shop is more than just a yarn shop, isn't it? It's like a general community hub, a
It
therapy
is.
centre.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
seen breakdowns, I've seen breakups, I've seen it all going on.
It all goes
It
on.
all goes on.
It
You've
is.
got your Den of Yarniquity.
I
Has
love
anyone
my
heard
den.
about this?
My Den of Yarniquity
The
at
Den
the
of
back.
Yarniquity.
What is that? What is that?
It's our little workshop space.
It's a shed at the back.
So yeah, we decided about 10 minutes before first lockdown to
Yeah.
have a shelf built, and it literally came on the Friday and the shutters all down on the Monday.
Wow.
So we had a year to insulate it all and make
Yeah.
it all gorgeous. So we actually run all our workshops out there. So you have to go through the shop and out the
Yeah.
back and then just through this door, and it is like Yarnia. You kind of go
It-
through.
It is
Yeah.
exactly
Yeah.
like that. You sort of pass into another dimension.
And you just don't
And
imagine
that's
it being
where
there.
you can learn to crochet and to knit
Mhm.
and learn all the stuff that you sort of, a bit like gardening, like you should have learnt from
Yeah.
the generation above, but
Absolutely.
we've sort of lost a bit, haven't we?
We did seem to lose a bit, and certainly
Yeah.
with crochet, knitting, most people's mums and nanas and grandmas taught you how to do
Yeah.
the sticks when you were little, but a lot of people didn't do with crochet.
Yeah.
So that has actually been
It's
our
really
massive
taken off,
thing.
yeah,
There's-
yeah.
I think we've taught 80, 90 people so far since January. 200
It's
and odd people last
amazing.
year. It's like production line,
It
hookers
is.
going out there into the world. It's
That's
great.
unbelievable.
Do you not think that some people can't be taught? Because my grandma, both my grandmas, right, avid knitters,
Yeah.
avid sewers. I even did CDT at school,
Yeah.
and one of the modules was knitting.
Okay.
I was told not to bother. We had to knit. So, right, we had to knit squares. There were little tiny squares. The
Yeah.
challenge was everybody knitted a square,
Yeah.
and then some teacher would sew them all together, and it'd be a rug, da-da, kind of thing.
Mm.
My square,
Triangle, rectangle, what's
I-
it? You know?
it was full of holes. It was
Lace
full
work.
Of, yeah, it was
See,
lace.
you've
It
gone
was
straight to
lace.
It's a
advanced.
fishing trawler net,
Do
wasn't
you know,
it?
and seriously, I was told just don't bother.
Yeah.
And I know I don't sew, I don't knit,
Aw.
I can make a pom pom. That's about it. So I do
Do you
something.
know what? So there's something
You know,
creative about you.
my other half is the one that sews. It's not
Yeah.
me. If a badge needs to go on a uniform or something, I go, Mum, or
Yeah.
Wonderweb. Sorry.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I'm
but
there with my Wonder Web.
I actually have a Singer sewing machine. It was my grandma's Singer. It's fully working. Has the instruction
Have you got
manual
the
with it.
winding
Everything.
handle and everything.
And I
is it?
remember playing on it, but I actually inherited that, and I
Nice.
have it sitting in my living room, and I would love to learn how to use it,
Yeah.
or because I still
Yeah.
have all the cotton, everything. It's
Yeah.
it's
I know a girl that can teach you that. You'll be all right.
really.
I do.
And it
I
is
do.
unbelievable. It is like when you get into something like the flower shows and you come in and you meet people, you're building a garden or you're displaying or you're working on a
Yeah,
stand and you suddenly find your tribe. I think you found a tribe that's not compost based.
Yeah.
A yarn
You
based
go
tribe.
home with
instead.
clean fingernails.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a real community out there. And actually what we find is that people, the mixture of the two is that people garden all summer. And then as
Yes.
soon as those clocks change, then that's it. They're like, needles are out. Let's go to the
Inside,
wool
yeah,
shop.
they
Let's
go
start
indoors.
making the Christmas stuff.
Yeah.
And then in January, making sweaters and things
Yeah.
ready for spring when they can go back out in the gardens.
Yeah,
It,
I love
it's
that.
really tactile as well, isn't it? There's something
It's all
about wool.
sensory.
There's something
Yeah.
about yarn that you want to
Yeah.
touch it, you want to squidge it. It's like this.
That
What
you
is
just
that? A
wanna-
blanket?
It's
What
a
is
lap
it?
blanket that one of my friends, Demelza, made for me at Christmas, and it's just it's beautiful, isn't it? It's pom poms.
gorgeous, yeah.
It's joined together pom poms, and it's the warmest thing I've ever met. It's unbelievable. You put it on your lap, and you just want
So
to go
thick,
to sleep.
isn't it?
So thick, beautiful.
You want to touch it, which
Yeah, of
are
course you do.
plants are a lot like that. Nature's
yeah.
nature's really
yeah, you've
tactile,
got
isn't
like
it?
lamb's ear and all
And you
things
want
like
to
that,
touch
but
it, and
yeah.
most people are scared to touch it. You know, you're not going to buy it, is it? You know, but we're a nation of do not touch, don't you think? More
Yeah,
so
yeah,
now than ever
absolutely.
before.
Oh, yeah.
It's so tactile
And
in our
nature
place
is
that we-
tactile,
yeah.
but wool is nature as well, isn't it? And
Absolutely.
you want to touch it.
Yeah,
and it's good
and
for
there's nothing
us.
better than grabbing a ball of wool
Yeah.
and actually smelling
Yeah,
it
squish.
and squishing it. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's like you can smell the sheep or the alpaca or things like that.
And you were saying you know people who use plant dyes
yes.
on their wool as well,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is amazing, isn't it?
It
So that
is.
that we're not that people are still keeping those crafts and skills alive.
Absolutely, and they're doing, it's like alchemy, isn't it? They're using all these mordants to do it, which are the things that set the dyes, but then all the plants too, and even things like onion skins and calendula, and there's woad and all sorts that give you all the different colours. And I think the guy off the Sewing Bee, he's been really big into doing dyeing as well, and planting crops for dyeing and spinning and all things as well.
Because that's how we would have coloured our fabrics and our clothing
Originally,
and our
absolutely.
bedwork and stuff originally, wouldn't we? And a lot of our
Yeah.
plant dyes come from the tree world,
Yeah.
from tree barks.
Yeah.
And I did a little bit of research before you came on, because I
Yeah.
don't know much about plant dyes, but it's really interesting. And
Very
I heard
exciting.
acorns can be used to dye, which
So I understand.
I don't know
I'm
what
not-
colour comes out of it. I didn't get
Absolutely
that
not.
far
I'm
when I
gonna
was
go
reading
Google
it. But so onion skins was the other one that I was
Onion
like,
skins,
wow,
That's
yeah.
what I used for Easter eggs. We used to make
yes,
paste
of
eggs with my
course.
grandma.
Avocados.
Really?
That's another one. I'm
Yes, it
assuming
just
that would
gives
be
you-
green, but maybe not.
No, it isn't.
Who
I think
knows?
it's the brown colours that
browny,
comes
yeah.
out with that.
And eucalyptus.
Yeah, well, do you know we've got some eucalyptus yarn that we've just got in at
Ooh.
the shop. And
Does it smell nice?
we sniffed it and it's like, oh, that was disappointing.
Oh.
But yeah, so viscose, and anything that's viscose based is all plant based. So you've got bamboo, hemp, linen, cotton, the eucalyptus, nettles. Even we've had some wool and nettle mixes.
amazing.
So yeah,
Wow.
non-stingy. So they're absolutely
Yeah, well,
fine.
I've made nettle cord before. I've made cordage,
Mm.
and I was amazed at how tough it is.
Yeah.
It's quite flexible to begin with. Then, as it dries out, it is like wire. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievably strong.
It is
It's
really
like a lot
good.
of plant roots, particular conifer roots, pine roots. So when you
Yep.
take the really fine roots out from under the ground,
Yeah.
that's really, really strong cord. And a lot of bushcrafters and survival people will use
Yeah.
plant roots as cordage.
Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't
And you
it?
can buy banana fibre and all sorts
Yeah.
now as well
Yeah.
too.
It's
and, yeah,
extraordinary.
incredible
so do you
things.
have a sort of deliberately, plant-based section in your shop now?
No, but she's going
I will
She's
to.
going to. She's going to. She's going to. So tell me a little bit more about your next plans and projects, because I know that you are the busiest woman in the world, and you're not going to be somebody who sits still.
Don't sit still very long.
No. Because if you sit still, something else gets knitted or yarn or crocheted, doesn't it?
Yeah, just pretty much. Yeah, stand still long enough and I'll cover you in it. So yeah. Yeah, we've actually just launched our own yarn range this last year. So it's promoting that and building on that is our next step, really. It was to be in the shop because we wanted a British wool
Yeah.
that was just ours,
Yeah.
really. We have a lot of tourists. Harrogate's amazing, isn't it? So it's
Yeah.
really nice that we have so many people coming and visiting.
What's your yarn called?
It's the Harrogate Yarn Company.
Harrogate yarn. Did you know
Yeah.
that? You could get Harrogate yarn,
Harrogate yarn.
English wool.
It is British wool,
British
and
wool.
it's all traceable back to one farm as well. So
Oh,
there's Gordon
fantastic.
and Glennis's farm in Hampshire. It all comes from it, and it's New Zealand Romney sheep that they breed down there, and every other process is done in Yorkshire. So the
Fantastic.
spinning, the dyeing,
Amazing.
down to the graphic designers, the printing, absolutely everything else is
I
in
love
Yorkshire.
that.
Oh, I
Yorkshire
feel
yarn.
they need to go and squish
I
some
know
wool again
it
now.
is
Don't
lovely,
you?
and it's a proper wool as
it's a-
well.
yeah.
You feel like proper.
It feels a
wool.
proper wool.
So
Yeah.
just for those that don't know where the yarn shop
Yeah.
is, where can we find you if we wanted to visit
So
you?
we're up at the top of Knaresborough Road. So we're just off the Stray, and we're actually look onto the back of the hospital. So it's really easy to find us. There's free parking on the street. There's the
And you
buses.
have amazing online shopping as well.
We do. We have our new website, which was built last year as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's actually my next thing, is to learn how to put the things on the website. At the minute, I've got some really good staff members that are doing that for me. So, and yeah, we've got quite a nice little group that work at the shop as well. So
Yeah,
it's all,
yeah.
we're all
Oh,
very
it's-
creative,
It's
arty people.
there's such a community when you go in there. You always feel like you're amongst friends.
Yeah.
And I'm so pleased that you came here. We need to introduce her to John from the Daffodil Society,
Ooh,
who
Yes,
is
you were telling
81 and
jumpers.
knits his own jumpers and
Yeah.
learnt when he was 5 in hospital. He's amazing.
It's over at the Daffodils.
Yeah,
didn't you say?
he only uses.
Oh,
Can't miss him
Narcissus.
because
He-
of his jumper.
He only uses leftovers. His jumper today is the jumper he wears when he doesn't want to go shopping with his wife, because she won't be seen out when he wears that jumper.
That's
so you
a
need
good
to,
plan. I'm going to remember
It's a
that one.
great plan. He said, "Oh yeah," he said, "This is my get out of shopping jumper." So yeah. He's super. And like you say, it's a whole network, isn't it?
It
It's
is
a
a
yarn
community.
network, which is very similar to a horticultural network.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming. I'm so
Thank you
pleased.
for having
I've got
me.
you onto our chaise long.
know.
Thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a huge Harrogate thank you to Fiona Burks from Yarn Etc., our woolly gardener.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the Human Gardener stage here at the Harrogate Spring Flower Show. My name is Sarah Owen Hughes, and I am head gardener at Rudding Park Hotel and Spa, just over the way. And I'm here with my cohort and partner in crime, Faith Douglas, who's a curator at a local arboretum. And we've just had the best 4 days, haven't we? We've been interviewing the most amazing people from all walks of life who are involved with the horticulture industry. And I'm a little bit starstruck, if I'm honest, because I've been buying prints of this guy's artwork for a little while now after I saw one of his exhibitions at Horticap. And I'm really, really fascinated to find out more. So please put your hands together and give a huge, warm Harrogate welcome to James Owen Thomas, our recycling artist.
So James, thank you so much for agreeing to come to talk to us. I've known you a couple of years, haven't I?
That's right, Faith.
And you are an environmental artist, aren't you? So just tell us a little bit about your background. How did you become an environmental artist?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you both for the opportunity to speak today here on the Human Gardener stage.
It's our pleasure, thank you. Thank you for coming.
I first became interested in nature and the environment as a very young child. Litter and waste has always been a problem to me. As a small child, I would always go around removing litter from public spaces and playgrounds and parks to become more sustainable and environmentally aware. As I grew older, I developed an interest in art, as it always played an important part in my life. I used pictures as a form of communication through a system called PEX, which stands for Picture Exchange Communication System. As I grew older, though, I developed an interest in art and nature when I took my GCSEs at secondary school. I then used that interest of environmental art and using single-use items and recycled materials to develop my work into a business, as well as a means of helping different charities as well.
So James, why is the environment so important to you?
It's important because it's a way of not only obviously what's fundamental to all of our health in terms of the overall well-being of our planet, but also the well-being of us as humans as well. It's important not only for physical and mental well-being, but also for everything obviously in our world. So it's a really important aspect in my artwork.
And your works of art are really quite unique, aren't they? So just talk us through how you create one of your pictures.
I often use very small pieces to create my artworks. You'll notice from my prints, such as this one, that I've used hole punch pieces to create the background as an abstract design. This print in itself was one which was inspired not only by my own photography, but also by the scenery at Fort Perro Arboretum, where I've been a volunteer for a couple of years. This print as well was donated by the Tree Council and myself to 10 Downing Street as part of my ambassador role with COP26 One Step Greener, which I was nominated for by the Tree Council to become part of the government's campaign Together for Our Planet.
So in your role as ambassador for the Tree Council, what kinds of things do you have to do?
It started over 2 years ago when I first got in contact with them, and they were so interested by my background story and hearing about all of my experiences through my artwork that they invited me to become part of their campaign, Force for Nature. This meant that I went into schools, not only on Zoom and Teams, but also physically in person when able to after the pandemic. It means that I'm able to use my voice and my experiences to speak up for nature and the environment.
You say that use hole punch pieces of paper to create your mosaics and your artwork. What sort of paper are you using? Where is that coming from?
The main material that I always use in each one of my artworks are discarded National Lottery scratch cards. But I also use other materials as well, such as fabrics, threads, gold foils, leaflets, fibres, any kind of single-use item.
So you created a beautiful work of art off the back of the material that was hung on a tree in the Arboretum I work at, which was dressed for tree dressing day, wasn't it? And the picture was inspired, and the message behind it and the reason you did that was off the back of your visit to COP26, the lady in the dress. So can you tell us a little bit more about your visit to COP26 and why you created that picture in particular of the lady in the dress?
That's right, Faith. I created that piece because of my interest, obviously, in reusing single-use items. But my visit to COP26 was a really interesting one, being that I was selected as an ambassador for not only my interest in art, but also because I'm on the autistic spectrum as well. That was also part of the reason why I was selected as an ambassador. And when I went to COP26 in Glasgow, I listened to numerous different talks that were delivered there by people and living with disabilities, not only with autism, but also the disability community as a whole, which I represented.
And the picture that you created was made out of material, and the material that you hung on the tree, which then went into the picture, actually came from the dress that your mum wore. Is that right?
That's right. It was part of obviously a material dress that my mother wore to a really posh event called the Butterfly Ball. Because my art is used to raise funds for charity, this particular dress was used for several different purposes, not only as my mother's dress, as you say, for that event, but also for the tree dressing day, which you kindly told me about at Fort Perot, which was part of National Tree Week. I then used that same material because it would have gone into waste had it not been for the artwork that I created of a really huge scale canvas, which I then made into a Wuthering Heights really inspired scene of two people together.
Fantastic.
Your artwork is clearly really heavily inspired by nature, so you do a lot of work of trees, and it obviously resonates with a lot of people as well, because you're now so successful. You've opened your own gallery.
That's right. It opened 4 months ago, and it's been a really interesting experience. My themes with nature and the environment are so important to me. It's given me a voice to speak up for it. I've had so many exciting opportunities along the way. I've managed to speak on Gardener's World as well. And later this year too, I'm having a book published by a London publishing house, which will come out later this year, and the foreword of this new book that's being written about my life, my art and my autism is going to be written by Monty Don for the foreword section of that book.
And
yes, I think we've heard of him, haven't we?
Yeah, we have, just slightly. We know who he is. I was lucky enough to be invited to your opening of your gallery, which was very kind of you. And you showed me a video of Monty. He'd left you a nice little video message to say congratulations, hadn't he? That's
right. He had. He did that very kindly, as because of the timings of the soft opening for the gallery. He wasn't obviously able to make it due to the short notice. But there is going to be a more official opening coming up soon on Saturday, the 3rd of June, which you're all invited to. It's a public event at Jott's Gallery in Pateley Bridge, which will be featuring as well a special guest speaker from the Lord Lieutenancy's office in York, Professor David Hill, who will be giving a speech about the environment and its importance on looking after nature. Yeah, you're becoming quite a celebrity, aren't you, James?
I think we're very lucky to have you here because
Well,
I'm
we
amazed
are.
you've got time.
We're honoured. I mean,
with
look at
your
this.
work.
This was, when was this published? Last night? This morning?
That's right, it was published
Yeah,
last night.
look at that.
It's an article written by the Bradford TNA that have known me for a number of years now, as I studied at Bradford School of Art for 2 years. And the contact that I've known has followed me ever since, with great interest in all of my endeavours with my art.
So what projects are you working on at the moment?
At the moment, I've had numerous commissions. The latest one, which I've just finished, is with the coronation in mind of King Charles next month. I was commissioned by Great British Racing to help the horse racing industry reduce the amount of waste that it produces on a continuous basis. The company itself quite humorously sent me all of its materials that it would have thrown out into landfill. I was expecting perhaps 1 or 2 small boxes. Instead, when I walked home one day, I realized that there were about 9 or 10 huge Royal Mail sacks outside my front door.
Wow.
That's a lot of waste, though. And maybe a lot of people won't realise just how much waste there comes out of an event like that.
It is. There is so much waste that comes out of the horse racing industry. They sent me so many different types of materials, not only their marketing brochures, their leaflets, their tickets, that are all single use and would have been thrown away, but also really interesting items as well, which have been redistributed to my local riding centre in Pateley Bridge. With many different items such as helmets, different silks that were previously worn by jockeys, and so many other types of fabrics as well, and threads that they'll be able to reuse as well.
So if somebody out here wants to know a little bit more about your work, or would like to see your work, or perhaps purchase your work, or maybe ask for a commission, where would they find you, James?
I have a website, obviously online, which is jamesowenThomas.com. I'm also on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn.
And where's your gallery?
My gallery is in Pateley Bridge, North Yorkshire, near Harrogate. So, yeah.
They're just down the road. So once you've spent the day here, maybe next weekend when you're missing your flower show, they can come across and see you, James. That's been so fascinating. And, you know, it's a genuine privilege to meet you because, like I say, I've found your work inspiring for so long. And to hear your story and hear it in your words is really, really powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big, big thank you to our recycling artist, James Owen Thomas. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our last interview session on the Human Gardener stage at the Harrogate Spring Flower Show. If you're waiting for the sell-off, pull up a pew, sit down, rest your feet, because, my word, it's bedlam when the bell goes at 4 o'clock. My name is Sarah Owen Hughes, and I'm head gardener at Rudding Park Hotel and Spa, just down the road. And I'm with my cohort and partner in crime, Faith Douglas. Do you know anyone called Faith? Yeah, you do. And
or Mummy.
Or
you might know
Mummy.
me as Mummy.
She's a curator at a local arboretum. And we are here with our amazing team. So Lydia, thank you very much for your help today. And Amelia, who's been a superstar for the past 4 days, working on our decks and tech for us. And we've got a bit of a surprise visitor to the stage, haven't we?
We have.
We've got Charlie Agoth. And I'm afraid I don't know anything about you, Charlie, other than your new Young Hort. And you've been involved in the Young Hort of the Year competition. And you just said, can I come up and have a chat? And we'd love to have you on board, so welcome.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've been around for an 18-year-old in the industry. I've had, a wide range of experiences so far, working for different people, different corporations, Castle Howard, Nunnington Hall, to name a few. And it's just been a really interesting journey.
So I see you've got a National Trust badge on there. So what are you doing at the show?
Well, I'm not actually here with the National Trust. I'm actually here with Askham Bryan College, which I'd like to give a mention to, as we've got a show garden here, and and I've been helping kind of with the design and planting of that. I'm also kind of here supporting the floristry department of Askham Bryan. Sue Lee, fabulous lady she is, and all of the fellow florists. One of a friend of mine, florist. She won a Best in Show and Gold Award, I think it was.
Wow.
And she was very overwhelmed emotionally about that.
I imagine.
So tell me, Charlie, why is a flower show like this so important to students of horticulture and floristry?
Well, it just engages, us young'uns, I suppose, and encourages people into the natural world. And I think it's really important that traditional shows like this keep going, but at the same time, there's a delicate balance between evolving and keeping those traditional rituals. And I think it's just a good family day out.
So have you always been interested in the natural world, in flowers, plants, since you were younger? A lot younger?
Yes, that's right, yeah. I mean, since I was, I don't know about that tall, shall we say. I've got a picture of me with a little spade. And I've always loved being outside, I'm very open to expressing that the fact that I'm somewhere on the autism spectrum. I'm also dyslexic as well. While we're just throwing all that out there, it helps. I can connect to the natural world. I like to, go on walks and in the woods and things like that, and out on a nice, really long walk, and it's just so therapeutic.
It is. I mean, it's good for all of us, isn't it? Because we're such a huge part of nature, and that connection to nature is so important because it's the very basis of life, our life, all life, isn't it? So it's not surprising that you feel so much more connected. Being out in nature, going for a walk or working with plants. So where do you see yourself going? Because obviously you are right at the start of your career. So what do you want to do? You've got the world's your oyster, isn't it? You can do anything.
Very true. Yes. So I think I might continue working for the National Trust for a bit, and I think maybe if I go to a few different properties and get a wider range of skills and experience, and I might potentially have my own landscaping business as a side thing. I haven't really thought that far ahead yet. However, all I do know is that I love gardening, and also my goal is to encourage as many people as possible, doesn't matter what their age, into the natural world and gardening, and how how it helps us, because it helps us physically and also mentally, because it's great for your mental health. And I mean, since with COVID and the pandemic, people were really struggling, especially people without green spaces. So I think people have really kind of really it's changed their thought process, I think.
Do you think we might be going full circle though? So it's not that a lot of these things that we think we might be learning now about the natural world and the outdoors, it's not new stuff, is it? It's stuff that our ancestors would have, the way of life they would have lived. It's the practices they would have carried out. But it's almost that we are remembering, isn't it? It's a reminder of actually maybe we need to look at our lifestyles, perhaps our thought processes, our mindsets. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I'm working for the National Trust at the moment, obviously their goal is to be as ethically and biodiversity friendly as possible, meaning we don't use any chemical sprays. We try our best to carry out the no digging strategy to preserve the structures of the soil, and we what was I going to say? We also use, I think the only thing we do use as a weed deterrent, I think, is, I don't know whether you guys have heard of it, but it's like some kind of form of, I think it's diluted vinegar. Have you heard of that?
Yeah. Vinegar's commonly used as a weed killer. Again, you just have to be careful. It's not a chemical in the traditional sense, but acetic acid will dry up weeds. You just have to be really careful that if you over-apply it, it will kill the soil biota underneath it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a delicate balance as well, because, I mean, people underestimate and don't realise how important the soil structure and soil organisms are to a garden. They just think that, oh, well, it's soil, it's mud, They don't appreciate all the stuff that goes on below the surface. They have no idea. And it's just, since I've been at college and things and learning about it, and I just love it. And it's easy to learn, because I love it. It's kind of just second nature to me, really.
And so when you've been at the show, which obviously must be like paradise for you, because it's all people who love plants, who have you met and who's stood out for you as you've gone round?
Well, let me think. Who I've been speaking to? I was speaking to the Bartlett Tree Care team. And they're a very reputable company in terms of in the how do I say it? Arboriculture space, shall we say? And they were, very kind and welcoming. I'd already kind of known a few of their colleagues from the college when they came in on the careers day. And, I mean, I got a free tree out of it, Douglas fir, what's not to like?
We love a free tree, don't we?
I was going to say a Douglas fir as well, Mrs. Douglas.
Oh, yes, well, thank you very much.
Yeah. But, I mean, who else has stood out to me? I mean, you guys have stood out to me. I mean, you're a brilliant...
well, we can't not look at
brilliant pair. Yeah, definitely. Let me think now.
You've been to the Young Horts stand, haven't you? What about those guys?
Yes, yeah, I was speaking to Jason there.
Yeah.
And who else was it? What was that?
Graham,
Graham,
from the Chartered Institute
Graham,
of Horticulture.
That's correct, yeah.
Because they sponsor and organise the Young Hort of the Year competition, don't they?
Yeah.
So you've been involved in the heats, and it's quite brutal, isn't it? I used to take students, and
Yeah, definitely. It's absolutely savage, that's for sure.
But you did quite well, didn't you?
Oh yes, yeah. So the Young Horticultural Young Horticulturist of the Year award, which is funded by the Percy Thrower Trust.
Yeah.
What a ledge! Just thought I'd chuck that in there. Bit before my time, mind. Yes, so it basically, the northern one, which I was taking part in, because I'm a Yorkshire lad, was run from the bottom of South Yorkshire right the way to start of Scotland,
Scottish
I think.
borders, yeah, that's
and
correct.
I was basically, it's just a little link. You tap on it. And in fact, it was Nick, my boss at Nuneaton Hall National Trust, who suggested I went for it because I'm kind of following in Cal's role. Now, Callum, lovely lad. Well, I say he's a lad, he's 30 or so. But
I taught him.
And and he's just such a nice guy, really is. And he was actually, well, I'm following in his footsteps because I'm kind of, under Nick, and so he's now running the competition.
Yep.
And so I met him, and that was, really nice. And this was held at Newby Hall at the Orangery, near Ripon, isn't it? And so it was a unique experience. I'd never done it before. So anyway, as I was saying, I clicked on this link, and it was quite, scary.
It's chewy,
I mean,
isn't it?
you click on it, it opens up, you have 30 seconds to think about your answer, type it in, and submit it all at once. And I was like, and then anyway, eventually when I'd finished, I thought, oh God, I don't think I've done very well. Anyways, it turns out of, I think Cal said it was about 2,000 people, or round about that figure, that entered or did this quiz, and I was, in fact, it was when we had that dump of snow, and I was working at Nuneaton Hall on Friday whilst I was in between when I was rallying about with blowing the snow off the paths and gritting and what have you. And Nick came up to me and he says, "Did you know?" He says, "Congratulations." I said, "All right. Any particular reason?" And and he says, "Yeah, about Young Horticulturalists." And I was like, "Well, yeah, what about it?" And he says, "Well, you've gotten through to the Northern Regional Finals." I was like, "Really?" I said, "That's news to me."
Wow.
Because,
Wow.
the email didn't come through, you see. So, cut a long story short, I went along, and it was quite an experience. It was the first time I've done anything like this before. As you say, it's quite a heated experience. You've got the buzzers, and I mean, well, there's two ident rounds, isn't there?
Yep.
Which I must say, I'm quite good at my idents and my Latin names, but the plants there were quite unique.
Yeah.
Challenging.
Yes, definitely. And I would say that what was I going to say? Oh, the buzzer rounds, they were savage, really were.
But the whole point of it is to bring on young horticulturists. It's quite
Yes,
unusual to get
yes.
through in your first year as well of trying.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
So you've done really well with that. But also you can still do it until I think you're 30. Is that
30,
correct?
yeah, that's right.
So there's lots of opportunities to do it again and again. And I have to say, it does get quite addictive. I know
and
plenty
competitive
of
as
students
well.
who've said, I want to do it again, I want to do it again, and keep developing. And it gets you out there. It gets you meeting other people from the industry, making friends.
And it builds your knowledge as well.
Absolutely.
I was talking to all the competitors there. One of them, I forget the name of his name now, but he's studying at RHS Harlow Carr.
Uh-huh.
And I knew a few of them. But as you say, it improves your kind of, contacts
Your networking.
and potential partners, and I'm yet to set up a LinkedIn page, but when I do, I'd like to connect with those people, and I think that it really is a brilliant thing, a confidence booster, improves your knowledge, and it's just overall a lovely event to be engaged with, and I'm so pleased that Nick mentioned it to me, and as you say, I am quite a competitive person, so.
I've got a feeling you'll be back next year, won't you?
Oh yes, with a vengeance.
With bells on, yeah. Well, Charlie, thank you so much for coming to see us today. It's been really lovely to hear a bit more about you and your story.
Yeah.
Good luck with your continued studies at Askham Bryan.
Yes.
And I look forward to seeing what show garden or border you come up with next year as well.
Yes.
And we'll see you at the Young Hort, I'm sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Or
Thank you very much.
I might catch up with you maybe in the autumn show as well.
Yeah, we're at Newby. Yeah, we'll be at Newby Hall.
Yeah.
That's super. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank
Charlie
you.
Agoth at Young Hort.
Thank you.
How are you doing? Hi, Lilith. Did you enjoy the show?
Yeah.
What's been the best bit?